the red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging 1-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
All right, it was a blockbuster weekend of football action. Expectations were not met, some were cut short, and of course, some were met from the other side of those who have been on the part of the losers beginning to win. What an awesome weekend of the underdogs, you would like to call it. Another to the locker, another party, and all these people that were down in football world inside. And it's journey. So where the Algerian is going to stick. When somebody meets you at the airport, they say, Hafiz, the Algerian, how are you doing?
It goes really well now. I mean, look at the name and look at the country. So if you link it together, well, my name is Ogumba Anjo Hafiz, by the way. I'm Nigerian. I don't know where he's seeing it from. I'm Nigerian, but if you call me the Algerian, well, for some parts, I don't know. The Algerians might see me and like me. There's no problem. But yeah, good evening, Jerry, and good evening to everyone. Yeah, and of course, fantastic weekend for some investors. The expectations were not met. Bayern Munich, I think, will be the biggest, suspects at that one because they lost at home, their first loss of the season. They lost to Augsburg, and it's not really a good one for them. And of course, the big one, Arsenal up against Manchester United. Mikel Arteta, where next for him to look? Is the title ambition looking shaky at this point? Is he going to become second 4 times in a row in the English Premier League? Because it's now 4 points between Arsenal and Manchester City and Aston Villa, who got wins, over the weekend. So, Jerry, of course, in Ligue 1, Lens as well. Of course, their title credentials were tested by Olympique Marseille, and they floundered. They failed woefully. They lost at the Velodrome. Good one for Itano Ranieri, scoring his first goal since joining on loan from Arsenal. So, good one, Jerry. Fantastic weekend. And, it's good to be back on locker room, to break it all down in the Monday after.
All right, and of course, not too good weekend it was for the Arsenal fans and definitely Liverpool fans. Even Manchester City, I don't know. Though maybe a decent weekend for them. After 2 back-to-back losses, I expect them to beat Wolves. If they don't beat Wolves, they have no business talking about even the top 4. When you talk about the little title chase. But Manchester United, Michael Carrick doing the magic, You know, I was of the opinion that Carrick should have been made to stay the first time he was given the chance. Unfortunately, I don't know what the board thought about it, and then decided to let Carrick go because he started very well at that time, and they still decided to let him go.
Yeah, it's not all jobs that you are going to take. You know, there are some times where you just feel like, okay, just fill in this blank space, and then let's get a manager of a bigger profile. Unfortunately, that was what they thought, but that was not what they got. Even though they got like,
I think it was Eric Ten Hag they eventually got.
Eric Ten Hag.
Yeah.
Eric Ten Hag. Was it Eric Ten Hag or Ralph Ragnick? I think it was Ralph Ragnick that they got. And even that one too was just like more of like a patch because it was a technical director coming into a coaching job.
Taking them to where they didn't know.
But he did make a statement. He said the team needed an open heart surgery. That is not just about him. It's from the top down to the bottom. But I don't think the Manchester United board needed to that one. They were not patient enough. They let him go, got a certain Ten Hag, let him go. And now, Amorim too, who had his own philosophy, and now they are back to the now they are back to the Michael Carrick. Hopefully this time, because he had. I mean, look at the games. Big say in the title race, beating 2 title contenders back to back. I mean,
you can't get any bigger test than playing Man City and Arsenal.
Your first 2 games.
Your first 2 games. That's the biggest test any manager in the world can have as far as the Premier League is concerned.
Yes.
And he did excellently well with a side that had no chance before he came on board, because any day, anytime, as far as this season is concerned, if Manchester United is paired against Manchester City or Arsenal, definitely you know that it's already a straight win for these 2 teams.
Of course.
But fortunately for these 2 guys, Michael Carrick did the magic, and you must give it to him.
All he had to do was just to change the basics, Jerry. I mean, we are beginning to even get into analysis, but yes, it's good. It's good. It's a good way to start the show. All he had to do was to change the basics, put the players back in their rightful position. And of course, if a player is playing in the position that is most comfortable with, most comfortable at, he will play for you.
What about Dogo? Was that his natural position, playing and shot from that 18 outside 18? But that was his unusual position. I've never seen Dogo play from that place.
Absolutely. I mean, when he was at Lecce, in Syria, he was more of a wing back. He was operating forward. He was even getting goals. At some point, he was even playing as a supporting striker. That's talking about Patrick Dogo. So he has that profile. Amorim actually bought him to come and play wing back. So it wasn't working for him, going forward. He was being slotted at the left back. He had to be, combining defense with that.
I think it's the only time they take him off the left back position and maybe play.
That was what Carrick did absolutely yesterday. And so that was what he did yesterday, and he worked. Luke Shaw was there defending.
Arsenal didn't see it coming. I think they didn't know he was going to be playing the wing back.
Even though Manchester United sat back for the first, let me say first 30 minutes before Arsenal got their goal.
Of course, you have to get the biggest threat in the Premier League.
You have to respect your opponent. I mean, that is the table topper, by the way. But they came out with no fear and saying, "Oh, let's attack these people," and it's worked out. Look out the goal from Matheus Cunha as well. Somebody made a joke. I don't want to say that. He said if a commercial bus is going from that distance that Cunha took down, it's going to cost a certain amount. It's going to cost because it was a long distance. But I think he saw that one and he put that bend on it. And I think it's just restoring confidence into the side.
Manchester United too. Lamens was awesome on the 90. Really kept Manchester United in that game.
I mean, a lot of Manchester United fans are telling you that they don't want Andrew Onana back at this point because Lamens was composed. I think they forgot that
Onana is still a Manchester United goalkeeper. I think he just reminded me. I forgot him.
He can be a Manchester United goalkeeper, but he's on loan at Trabzonspor. So for now, I think they are very, very okay with St. Lamens. Even since he stepped in under Amorim as well, he looks like a more composed goalkeeper. He's doing his job, talking to his defenders, letting them know that, look, this ball is mine, so you have to clear the road. And even, Arsenal, how big of a threat they are from set pieces, not the word, they are from set pieces. Though they got their goal from set pieces, but then it was far more composed, coming out, dominate his area and punch the ball when he needed to. So good one for St. Lamens, good one for Manchester United, good one for Michael Carrick, because even when he got the first interim job, he defeated Arsenal too, 3-2. So for me, I think he's just somebody that he has that. I told you, Jerry, on this show, I remember, I said he has the Manchester United DNA. You said the DNA is not DNA. Can you see that it is now? So I think good one for Manchester United and good one for Michael Carrick as well.
Yeah, I think Michael Carrick has the magic stick, and of course it was so good. They named it twice. They say lightning doesn't strike twice, but it happened. Same scoreline against the same side on 2 occasions. Yeah. Wow, that's fantastic for Michael Carrick.
Just breaking records, unwanted records for the Gunners. I mean, this is the first time they've conceded about 3 goals in how many years now?
Yeah, and of course, John Terry made a very interesting post saying that the record stays till next season, 15 goals.
Of course,
considered for any league title winner.
The funny thing was that I don't think any Arsenal fan was even looking at that one. It's not the kind of football they play these days. At the time,
But Arsenal had
the focus
had the
was
best defense in the league this season.
Of course.
So supposedly there were expectations that they could break down records, score minimum number of goals,
but these are
try to surpass the Chelsea record.
defenders. They have a good defense, absolutely, but they don't have a manager that is actually more focused on defense than attack, right?
But if you look at it, I think for those goals Arsenal considered, it was not the defender's fault, because definitely who would have thought that Dogo would strike that shot?
Maybe the first one was even a mistake by Zubimendi.
Yeah, so
fine. So that can happen in football.
The 3 goals as well, because Kunha's goal was from nowhere.
I mean, as soon as he took that turn, I knew that ball was going to the back of the net, because he had so much time, so much space for him to think. And
the defenders would have expected him to take a shot from that angle, and the goalkeeper was actually blocked. You know, there was no fault of the goalkeepers.
I mean,
so
for me, I think Arsenal, yes, that was a blip in their title ambitions, but they still have one of the best defenses, to be honest.
Yeah, I think everything's working out for Michael Carrigan. Of course, the voodoo doctor who's doing the job for him is really doing well.
No, it's just about changing the basics. I mean, look at Bruno Fernandes playing in his favorite position as a number 10 instead of that deep lying role he was playing under with Ben Amorim. And look at the AFCON that we played. Let's make some comparisons now. When Eric Chell saw that, look, Victor Osimhen, you need support. He brought in somebody, not just you chasing the ball up and down. He brought in somebody to pair with him. He has tried, certain players, but when he got Akko Adams right, the players were playing. Alex Iwobi too. When he freed him up using the double pivots, he put him in the 10. Alex Iwobi was delivering. So I think when you put certain players in the position they are most comfortable at, they'll bring out their best, and I think that's what Manchester United are doing at this point.
All right, of course, before we get into that business of talking about that and let's say rivalry or derby summer like in the Premier League between Arsenal and Manchester United, let's talk about Frank Onyeka, the Super Eagles star. Is on the verge saying he wants to leave Brentford because he lacks minutes, and just before he went for the Premier League, the African Cup of Nations 2025 in Morocco, he was. His price tag was about £6 million, but information has it that that price tag is now £10 million, and he wants to leave Brentford this January. He's 28 years of age. He feels it's high time he makes a big move, at least to see what he can get in his career and, of course, get more playing minutes. Where do you think Frank Onyeka should go?
Well, I think for Frank Onyeka, good one for him. When he broke through at Brentford, he got into the team. He was getting certain minutes, but then I think he had this direct competition with a certain Vitaly Janelt for that role. But then he was still getting playing time under Thomas Frank since they got into the Premier League. And at some point, he was on loan. He went on loan when the time wasn't coming by for him. At some point, a lot of people were even seeing him as a mainstay in the Nigerian national team, Super Eagles team, but he still ended up as a backup and to Wilfred Ndidi, except for times where he is playing alongside the Super Eagles captain. So he went on loan to Germany, went to Augsburg, got some certain minutes, and is back at Brentford, and is still struggling to get into the team. So I think it's a good one for him to be looking for a new challenge. But then at the AFCON, you could see that he wasn't really getting minutes until Eric Chell, tweaked something and switched it up, and playing him in the double pivots with a certain Wilfred Ndidi. So I think good one for him. AFCON actually brought out not just him alone, a lot of players. Their price tags will have gone up. I mean, certain Calvin Bassett too, you expect his price tag to go up because of performances at the AFCON. Stanley Wabali too, the likes of Shemi Ajayi, I know is sort of declining, and because age is no longer on his side. But then good performance at the AFCON. Certain Alex Iwobi too as well. So good one for Super Eagles players generally, and personally for Onyeka. I think it's a good Premier League side, maybe on the mid-table side, can still get him, and he can still get to start for them. Or maybe a championship side, in the second tier of English football. Or maybe outside England, the likes of the Bundesliga, the Serie A, even La Liga. I think a certain Levante or maybe an Espanyol can get him and give him regular minutes. So I think good one for Frank Onyeka. For his price tag to go up right now, it shows that what they did at the AFCON is really, really paying off for them. Even a certain Jerome Adams, since he got back to club football from the AFCON, he's been getting goals. I mean, he got a winner for Sevilla this weekend. The player that his price tag is also expected to go up after the performances at the AFCON. So, good one for Super Eagles. So Onyeka as well, hopefully he gets a good club that will give him regular minutes, sooner rather than later.
All right, hope he gets a good club that gets him minutes sooner rather than later, because if you take a look at it, you just made mention of the fact that in the Super Eagles he was getting less minutes until talking about Richard came on board, I beg your pardon, and decided to give him some minutes. But his performance at the AFCON, he shouldn't be on the bench at Brentford. Yeah.
No, but I mean, well, sometimes you can't compare national team football to club football. I mean, as Brentford, I think he has a competition for places. He was competing with a certain Christian Norgard, who is now at Arsenal. He's competing with Vitaly Janelt, and they also got Yarmolyuk, the young Ukrainian. So for me, I think the competition was sort of too much, and they had to go on loan to Augsburg, and he was getting time at Augsburg. Maybe Augsburg could have just gone in for a permanent buy, but I don't think they took that option. So good one is back to Brentford, but like you said, maybe he's not a player that should be struggling for minutes at Brentford, but then the level of competition for the English Premier League side is not making him get the time he wants at this point. And that's for Super Eagles, anytime he's invited, anytime he gets on the pitch, he delivers. I mean, look at that crucial goal he scored, to ensure Super Eagles made the playoffs, for the World Cup qualifier. So he's somebody that not just defensively is fantastic, letting him get into the attack to get goals too. He has shown that he can do that. So for me, I just feel like if he's not going to work out at Brentford, he can go out, some other club, maybe outside the Premier League entirely. And or maybe even the MLS. It's not bad if he goes to the MLS, because with the quality of the MLS,
or the Saudi League.
Well, if the Saudi League calls for him, he can move there just for him to get regular minutes. It's still showing that under Eric Chell, for Super Eagles of Nigeria, he is still, a very, 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 very important figure. So for me, I think he needs to, go outside and get minutes for himself.
All right, we're just going to talk about Benjamin Frederick, and of course, things our producers are more interested in him. But let's talk about Benjamin Frederick. Yeah. He was out injured from the AFCON. Now it looks like he's certain to return. Now he's back from injury. Though for his club side, I'm waiting to see him get minutes to see if he will be part of the AFCON qualifiers, which comes up in the month of March.
Yeah, I actually feel for Benjamin Fredericks and Jerry now, because this is the player that could have been back at Brentford after the AFCON. This is another Brentford player on loan at Denda. I'm sure with his quality, even at this young age, I felt bad when he put up with an injury and couldn't make the AFCON team. If he was there, I feel like this is another player too that his price tag would have gone up, and he would have been back at the Brentford team, because I know that Brentford, they want to go all out and get their player back, from Denda. And I'm glad he's back. I'm sure a lot of Nigerians are very, very glad he's back. Semi Ajayi held somewhat of his position down for him, and I think right now he shouldn't be rushed, to be honest. Even at club level, he shouldn't be rushed. He should come back, because that injury he took was a nasty one. He needs to get back, train really hard. Right now, as even a defender, it's going to be more difficult for him, because he might be scared of making tackles. He's somebody that is actually confident in his tackles, and also on the ball is very, very confident, displaying and dispatching it. So for me, I think it should be managed, before it gets back in Super Eagles fold. And at the time it will get back for the 2027 AFCON qualifiers, I want a fully fit Benjamin Fredericks, because trust me, a fully fit Benjamin Fredericks paired with a certain Calvin Bassey will be devastating for any attack, to be very, very honest, because those two at the back, I think Super Eagles can just, rest and say, look, we have good defense for the future.
Do you think he's going to get a starting spot in that Super Eagles defense? And looking at the fact that we had a solid defense at the AFCON, Semi Ajayi and Calvin Bassey did a marvelous job. Prior to Shayi Samuel and Bruno Imachi has made it very difficult for anybody that's going to think about taking their spot in that back line.
Let me put the question back at you now. So a fit Benjamin Fredericks and Semi Ajayi, who do you pick to go into the starting 11?
If Semi Ajayi is still fit, right?
Yes.
Definitely Semi Ajayi, yeah.
Over Benjamin Fredericks.
Yeah.
But it was a certain Benjamin Fredericks and Calvin Bassey pairing that got Nigeria to the World Cup playoffs.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Exactly.
But if you look at the form of Semi Ajayi's composure and everything, I would still want to rely on him. Then, if he can come from the bench gradually, or maybe Semi Ajayi is injured. Let's not forget, Benjamin Fredericks is still very young. Age is still on the side. But you can't say that for Semi Ajayi. But defenders get better at age and, on some occasions.
Yeah.
And he's looked that part. It was because the likes of Semi Ajayi was injured. That's why Benjamin Frederick even got a look in.
That is an opportunity. You can't say no to opportunities. When a window opens, you grab it. You grab it with your two hands. And he has done that. And he's even showing that right now, I think he has won the hearts of Nigerians. They want to see him. Imagine Nigerians were more devastated at his news, being injured for the AFCON. Now they were even happy that Semi Ajayi is back. So for me, I think he has won the hearts of Nigerians, and they actually want him back as soon as possible. If it's possible to play a 3-man defense, play him. And talking about Bright Osai Samuel, even a certain outline, is getting minutes back for Nottingham Forest. So it's a good one for Nigeria, at this point, all around.
Yes, he was on form this weekend.
Yeah.
He got...
Did you see the assist?
That was got an assist, I beg your pardon.
That assist was... he didn't give up. He ran the length of the midfield. He didn't give up.
He's showing Eric Chell what he's missing.
Of course. I mean, Eric Chell right now will be smiling and saying, yes.
This is what
I want. Because, trust me, Osai Samuel too, with his AFCON performances, is now proving to be a big competition for Lion. Going forward, we criticized him, in that game against Tanzania. But I think he improved, as the games went by at the AFCON. So for me, I think Osai Samuel will be looking at Olaino and saying, look, you're not going to come back and take your place easily. Zaidu Sanusi and Bruno Imechi will also be going at it at the left back position. Olaino is also a threat there. So for me, I think all round at the Super Eagles defense, I think it's good vibes right now. But trust me, Benjamin Fredericks, Semi Ajayi will be looking and saying, oh, come on, man. This man can actually put him out of the team. Igor Ogbu is another one. That if he gets back into the Super Eagles fold, if he gets minutes as well, I think it can also be a mainstay in future. And we still have a certain Calvin Bassey and maybe a Chidozie Awaziem too.
All right, let's talk about another Nigerian, Samuel Chukwueze. He's been doing big things for his club side out there in Fulham. And he got the goal this weekend as well. Samuel Chukwueze.
Beautiful goal.
And he has 3 goals, 4 assists. And it looks like Fulham have no choice than to retain him when the summer comes up.
It depends on what Marco Silva wants, Jerry, at this point. Because, I saw that goal, a long ball from...
And that goal against Fulham.
He ran...
It was a screamer.
You call that a screamer?
That was a screamer.
It wasn't a screamer now.
He came from nowhere.
He came from behind, controlled the ball, and he just placed.
That's a screamer. That's what
it's a beautiful goal.
That's what they call a screamer.
Jerry, you know what screamers are? 30 yards, 40 yards. Those are screamers now.
Outside the 18-yard box.
What are you screaming about for that one?
That was a screamer, That's a goal that makes that turns the stadium loud. That's a screamer.
It's a beautiful goal.
It was a screamer.
Right? Beautiful goal. And speaking of,
against Manchester City.
Oh, okay. You're talking about the Manchester City goal.
No, I'm talking about Manchester City.
The goal against Manchester.
Yes, that's what I call a screamer. I'm not talking about this weekend.
I thought it was this weekend.
It was the Man City game.
The City one. No, come on. That one. The 2 goals.
Yeah.
The 2 goals. It took them first time. So I think good one for Samuel Chukwueze. Pushing back what happened on the AFCON, at the penalty shootout. He has got that. Okay. He has got that. He has got that behind him right now. And for him to score that goal, I think good rush of confidence for him as well. And of course, like I said, it depends on what Marco Silva wants at this point. Because at some point he was playing him as a left wing back and even as a left winger. And even on that role, Kevin is there with him to compete with him. This was a player that was brought for club record transfer from Shakhtar Donetsk. So for me, I think for him to get back into the team, now they're even looking at another winger because they might be selling Adama Traore, who should be his direct competition on the right-hand side, and they might be selling him to West Ham. But they are looking to replace him quickly with a certain Oscar Bob, who plays for Manchester City. So as a player leaving, another word is coming, so there is actually competition for him. And of course, Ari Wilson is still there as well, who can also play from the right wing. So I think with more fantastic performances for Chukwueze, he has to be very, very consistent. Chukwueze's issue really isn't consistency. For me, he's not a very, very, very consistent player, even for Super Eagles and for his club side. So if he continues to get in amongst the goals, deliver assists, impress Marco Silva, trust me, he'll be a mainstay into that team. But for now, he should keep doing what he's doing. I know he has gotten that goal. He should keep his heads up. Manchester United is next. If he can get a good performance against Manchester United, why not?
I thought you were going to say that Manchester United should look at this
Nah, they have wingers. They have a certain Brian Mbomo, Amad Diallo. You're not going to pick Chukwueze over those two for now.
Yeah, talking about Brian Mbomo, it makes it look like all the African players came with a very interesting form from the AFCON.
Absolutely.
Talking about, I saw Nacho's goal. That was a brilliant touch from nowhere. Chukwueze is on fire. All the players came out from
Diallo
AFCON.
scored for Meds.
Yeah,
Players are coming back to the AFCON. It now shows that AFCON now,
There's a
you
spirit
have to
that
take
comes with
AFCON
AFCON.
serious.
Yeah.
You have to actually take AFCON serious now. I mean, for those that are saying AFCON is an inferior competition, I think they're going to have second thoughts now. You have to take AFCON seriously. These players were so eager to deliver at the AFCON so that they can get back into their club side. I mean, it shows that level of competition. You saw what happened at the AFCON, the quarterfinal teams, top 8 teams in Africa. I know a lot of people were looking for upsets, right? But then when you have good pitches and you have good competition, the big boys will want to show up, and they did. And of course, the final was won by one of the big boys in African football. So I think for me, good one, and for the players to be eager to get back. Look at Akko Adams as well, coming from the AFCON, getting goals for Sevilla, left, right, and centre. So I think it's good work for the AFCON. Next AFCON 2027, I can't wait for it to start again, so that we'll see players that will come again from all parts of the world, for their clubs to come and play, for Africa and for African football to go to greater heights.
Even the Moroccan, Abdi was, of course, the guilty
he didn't go to
culprit
AFCON.
Against Liverpool.
He didn't go to AFCON.
Yeah.
He didn't go, but then
he was left out of the squad.
he was left out.
And he's giving Regogi a run
Something
for
to
his
think
money.
about, of course.
Saying that he made a mistake. Dropping him from that squad. Imagine I would have scored the goal at the AFCON against Liverpool.
Absolutely,
the final goal.
absolutely. And but speaking of players that after AFCON they were not getting the best of reception, Brahim Diaz suffered a cold night. We don't want to, maybe when we get there, we'll talk about it. He suffered a cold night. It was very cold for him. Madrid played Villarreal at the La Ceramica, and Villarreal actually honored a certain Papi Gueye. They gave him this honor just before the game started, and Brahim Diaz was just he was just there on the bench looking, and Kylian Mbappe went on to score from the penalty spot, Ipanenka, and saying the Panenka was from Brahim Diaz. He said the Panenka was from Brahim Diaz. I don't understand that. Maybe he was trolling or he's consoling him.
Or let him know this is how to score the Panenka.
I mean, you can't say that. He said this penalty was for Brahim Diaz.
They would have laughed at him.
I think they would laugh over it.
They would have laughed over it in the dressing room.
But if you were Brahim Diaz, will you laugh over that one?
I won't take it lightly.
Like, what do you mean by that?
I can't mocking him. That's the mockery. Yeah.
I think that was what they were trying to, but I don't think that was what Kylian Mbappe actually meant.
No,
I think they actually meant
were trying to make
support
fun
him.
of Brahim Diaz. I think that players do that.
He won't come out and say that.
They will come out and say that it's within them. They will just make a fall out of it and say,
Look like this is
this is how this score. Like, in case you want to learn next time, this is how you do it. Come from the masters. Let them teach you how to do it. I remember that he was at the AFCON talking about Kylian Mbappe.
Yes.
So he must have seen a lot of things.
When he saw that one, he's like, guy, just come back to Madrid and come and see how this score Panenka.
Let me show you how it's done. Wow, I feel for Brahim Diaz. Anyway.
I actually do too. I mean, for a lot of people that were saying that he did that on purpose, I don't believe that. I think he actually tried it. If he had gone in, they would have called him a genius. So for me, I think he didn't do that on purpose. He just tried it, but he couldn't beat a certain Edouard Mendy. So, and I mean, he shattered the hopes of the whole Morocco people, the whole Morocco nation, and they just have to, look at 2027 and say, look, we can try again. But trust me, 2027, they are not hosting this time around. So maybe all those shenanigans that happened at this year's own, at last year's own, they won't be able to do that. So for me, I think Morocco, they will have to try hard again, to try and get back into maybe trying to win the AFCON for the first time since 76.
Another player whose country didn't go to the AFCON this time, Antoine Semenyo, was also from Manchester City.
Yeah.
He's getting the goals. He's making Man City realize that money well spent.
Absolutely, money well spent. Since he got into that team, he scored in the cup competition against Exeter. He got his, on his debut, he scored, and also, he has gotten an assist against Newcastle. In the Carabao Cup in the semi-final, he also got a goal. I mean, good one for Antoine Semenyo. 3 goals since he joined Manchester City, and even at the weekend against Wolves, he also got goals. So for me, I think money well spent so far. So far, you can't say you can't conclude because the season is not over yet. But so far, it's shown that he can put out a certain Savinho out of the team, and he's also looking at Doku's position as well. Bernardo Silva too, who has been playing on the right wing under Pep Guardiola, has to be very, very careful because Semenyo is not just a traditional winger. He doesn't hug the wings. He comes in, to come into the box and see what he can contribute. And he got the goal. 2 players, one went to the AFCON and one did not go, but they both got goals. That's talking about Omar Mamouche, who started ahead of Erling Haaland in that game, and he got a goal, just about 10 minutes in. And of course, Semenyo also contributing. So right now, I think Pep's squad, that's talking about Manchester City, I think they're also looking on the bright side and saying we can still catch, the tabletop as Arsenal. So Semenyo will be a big part of that one should they go on and win the title at the end of the day.
All right, and let's not also forget, of course, Taiwo Awoniyi. He's been on exile, sabbatical for quite a while.
Wow.
Finally, he gets a goal. I even forgot he still plays for Nottingham Forest until over the weekend. I heard that he's still there.
Yeah,
and even
first goal of the season. I mean, did you see that goal? Beautiful goal too. He ran the length of the pitch. I like the way he just faked his movement a little bit, allowing the Brentford player to just slide through.
He learned it too from Marco Adams.
And it's a good finish, by the way. On his day, Taiwo Awoniyi is a very, very dangerous striker. Injuries, of course, he's not been very, very lucky with injuries, but then he has gotten back, and good one for him. Good one for also Sean Dyche to give him that opportunity, and he grabbed it with both hands and he scored his first goal of the season. Igor Jesus, who has actually been a competition for him in that striking position. Chris Wood has been out with injury, so they signed in a certain Igor Jesus, from Botafogo in Brazil. And Igor Jesus has been okay. He has been good for Nottingham Forest. He has been contributing with goals. He scored the first goal from that assist. And of course, Taiwo Awoniyi getting that goal too. Yes, you should give him a lot of confidence going into their next games. He will show Sean Dyche that, look, I'm still here. Anytime you want me to contribute, I will. So good one for Nigerian football, especially for Nottingham Forest. An assist and a goal from Nigerians. I think that's a good one going forward for Super Eagles too.
All right, and of course, let's talk about what happened at the AFCON. The Prime Minister of Senegal says he's not happy with what he saw, that it was a deplorable state, that he felt really afraid for his players and fans at a point in time, and he hopes not to see such in future. And so far, so good. We're still waiting to hear from CAF on the disciplinary measures they're going to take against the Moroccan FA and Moroccan football.
We are going to have to play a waiting game if we want to see what they want to do to the Moroccan side. I think I would say for me, that looks like a case that is already dead and buried. I don't think any sanction is going to come up for the Moroccan side, for the Toel Gate and, for fan violence and all of that. Doesn't mean that they shouldn't do it. They should do it, but I just don't think they will. And as for, the Prime Minister, I will echo him on that. I will second what he said too. Nobody wants to see that again. I mean, it's a major final. A lot of people were watching that AFCON and say, we want to even see what this AFCON can do. It's still an inferior competition. And for you to do that in a final, I mean, even on their own side, Papi Chow telling the players, to leave the pitch and all of that, fan violence, that is not what we want to see. Yes, we want to see the excitement from the game on the pitch itself. We don't want to see what's happening with the journalists, what's happening with the fans, Toel Gate and all of that. We don't want to see that. So for me, I think CAF, as they are going into the next AFCON, they should warn all the hosts that we don't want to see this one. Even though I feel like, other parts of Africa, barring the North African side, I think they are still much calmer when they are hosting, to be honest. And right now, they're even having 3 nations, hosting the AFCON 2027. Let's see if they're going to do better. But as for, trying to sanction Morocco, trust me, Jerry, with the way CAF is moving recently, I don't think anything is going to come out of that one. But it should come out, to be honest, because that was really, really ugly. But, well, the Prime Minister should celebrate with his boys. They've delivered the trophy. Any sanction that wants to happen, even on their own side, is not going to take the trophy back from them. So I think they should just enjoy this moment. But definitely, you and I, we don't want to see that one again in African football.
Yeah, definitely. We don't want to see such ugly scenes in African football. We've been doing everything to promote the African Cup of Nations. And if fans and host nations begin to behave this way, it takes all the glamour and the glitz. And of course, we just talked about the officiating prior to this AFCON being one of the best that we've seen as far as competition is concerned. Yeah. All of a sudden, just one competition with all the facility and everything. Why must something go wrong when there's North Africans host?
And to be honest, Jerry, even with the officiating, yes, from the last AFCON, before this one, the one that happened in Cote d'Ivoire, we were already saying, look, clubs, should adopt this type of officiating. Yeah. And that was even what was making us look towards the AFCON, this AFCON that just concluded in Morocco. We were looking at to see how the officiating would be. But if you notice, it was only in the Moroccan games that we were having controversies. In other games, I think the officiating was really, really good. I think it was good. So maybe it's the games involving Morocco, that is where we are having the controversy. If you list out all the controversial decisions at the AFCON, most of it will be dominated by the Moroccan games. So for me, I think it's Morocco that has actually a big work to do. And CAF, because you should know your hosts, before you give it to them. But then, we've spoken about this over and over. Morocco, they've been the ones stepping up, in terms of infrastructure and, capital, over the past how many years now for CAF. So I think CAF is just reaping. They're just reaping what they have invested into CAF. And CAF is not covering itself in glory with all of this one. So maybe other African teams, is a call for other African nations, to step up and say, look, we can also host competitions, and the CAF will not want to make it something like a monopoly anymore.
All right, let's talk about the big one that happened over the weekend. Manchester United versus Arsenal. Coup eventually. Maybe that goal will make my United fans begin to reason that, okay, money half well spent. Because
half well spent.
Yeah, because there's still a lot to prove after the fantastic performance of Wolves last season. They were expecting him to replicate it, to hit the ground running. It looks like Amorim was just the man holding those guys back in terms of their performance on the pitch. And of course, Manchester United against Arsenal. At the Emirates Stadium, for crying out loud. I think it was Old Trafford. I would say, but Arsenal losing at home was a no-brainer. Nobody was even thinking about it.
I mentioned this, last week when I said it's about two big teams, regardless of their form. Form goes out of the window in this one. When two big teams want to clash, even if one of the teams is suffering, languishing at the bottom of the table, so long as he wants to face a certain big team, another big side, trust me, you won't know where those performances will come from. This is a Manchester United side that's defeated Chelsea, that's defeated Manchester City, that's defeated Liverpool this season. So, going into that game, of course...
There was a situation where Maguire handled the ball. Don't you think it was a penalty? The ref should have checked it with a VAR?
Well, the excuse was that he was already going down, that he's going to fall with his hands. Come on, the hands were... that was in an unnatural position. The hands were stretched out. And trust me, the referee didn't even go to VAR. It still shows the VAR inconsistency.
Apart from that, it's Man United. Not anything good.
It's not new, but a lot of people were saying, me and Arsenal just wanted to find a way back into the game. They want to spoil the momentum of Manchester United. It's not about spoiling momentum. It's about rules.
What is right?
It's about what's right. Because trust me, if that decision had gone against Manchester United, if it had gone against Manchester United, trust me, there will be clamors and shouts. So, but then, you won't take anything from that Manchester United performance. Even if Arsenal had equalized from that penalty, Manchester United will still command them and still get a goal because they were the superior team, on the day. They were the superior team, to be very honest. This is not even about, trying to be, biased or anything. You can't even be biased. You have to be factual. So that game, Manchester United, they sat back, respected their opponents for some time. As soon as they got the equalizer from Mbeumo, they saw that, look, we have to attack these guys even more. And they did. And Arsenal, banking on, how will I put it, their secondary way of scoring goals. If they can't score from natural play, they're going to set pieces. And set pieces are giving them goals, more than enough this season. And they got their equalizer, from Mikel Merino. And of course, Manchester United still went on to have the final say. That was a beautiful goal, by the way, from Matheus Cunha. The way he spun that defender, took his time. We call it R2 on the streets, and of course it was a beautiful R2 as well. Beautiful curve into that corner that Raya had no chance. Patrick Douglas goal too. A lot of people were even saying there was something of like a handball, but for me I think that was clear. Even though the rules still say intentional or not, once the ball strikes your hand and you are going on to score, it's not going to count as a goal. But then beautiful strike. I guess sometimes the VAR too. I'm always saying they are human beings, Jerry. They will just look at the goal and say, look, this goal is too sweet for me to cancel. I am not cancelling this one. And then I think a good one for Manchester United.
As far as Manchester United is concerned, the referees know how to look the other way. But unfortunately, people like Mikic Golis believe it's Liverpool that gets all the
no, we've seen Manchester United a long time before now.
A lot of things.
We've seen Manchester United a long time before now. And maybe as time will tell, we are still going to hear all those stories of the past that what happened between Manchester United, but then you can't take anything from their performance, to be honest. That was good performance.
Was not crying like a baby this time. He was because everything was going his way, the officiating was going his way, and of course he was winning.
Nah, I think he also played well. He played well. Every Manchester United player played well. Lisandro Martinez, culpable for that for the own goal.
Yeah, it was really almost going to be a bad day.
I don't think he knew anything about
Martinez.
that. The ball just came in and he just, bounced off his foot. He knew nothing about it. But then Arsenal, 2 scrappy goals, but Manchester United, 3 world-class goals. So
I was even at the point in
difference
time,
in quality.
I had to check again who was really at home. At the point, it was looking at Manchester United were at home.
That's how those games go. I mean, against Chelsea, early red card, they dominated, even though Chelsea got a goal back. Against Liverpool looked like shadow of themselves when they play Manchester United. You'll be surprised. But that's how it is when they play big teams. They can play Leeds tomorrow and stumble. That's just how it is. But then when they play big teams and with that new manager bounce, that was very, very crucial. I also mentioned it. I said that new manager bounce will give them something. They defeated Manchester City, a title contender, to give them confidence. When was the last time they beat Manchester City? They got back in, they defeated Manchester City, and they know that going to the Emirates with a manager that has done it before, he can do it again. Even in his playing days, he was beating Arsenal for fun. So he can do it again.
Is there something Michael Carrick is doing differently that the likes of Amorim, Erik Ten Hag failed to do? Is there something, this DNA talk, I don't know, is it just...
It might sound funny, but...
I have your DNA, I will just go there and...
it might sound funny, but it's true.
Yeah, is that part of saying DNA? What's the DNA that he's passing on? Is it that he did a blood transfusion for all of the players?
He did a transfusion of the tactics. He just changed the tactics. Like, look, you guys have fun. This is how where do you play? Where are you most comfortable at? Look, sure, you are a fullback, a defensive fullback. Yes, you contribute attacking.
Style. Just go there. This is your wing. Play your wing. Finidi style.
Finidi style with more, how will I put it now? More expansion, more thoughts. You didn't just say it. He didn't say tactics don't matter. His own is tactics matter, and let me put the right players for the tactics. Not somebody coming to say formations don't matter, just go and play and do no. Can you play this position? Where are you most comfortable? Bruno, you are a 10. You are going to play a 10. You have no business running back to come and support the defense. You are going to get the ball, they will shield you, and you are going to make sure when you now get that ball as a 10, make good use of it. So no player has any excuse. Dogu, I've seen you are better attacking than defending. So stay there. I mean, you remember Marcelo and Contrao. You remember at Real Madrid, Fabio Contrao was more defensive-minded, and Marcelo was more attacking-minded. Marcelo contributes to the attack more than Fabio Contrao. That was what he did with Luke Shaw and also Patrick Dogu. Then he also brought back a certain Kobe Mainoo, who has been exiled by Ruben Amorim. Mainoo and Casemiro hold down that double pivot role, free up Bruno Fernandes. When you can play this side, you are very, very good on the right hand side. Amad Diallo, I know you are not so good on the left, but then come in, to also come and support. And of course, that's when the players are very comfortable playing their natural position. Diallo also playing the right hand side. What do you expect? The results will come your way.
So all kudos should go to Michael Carrick.
Absolutely.
Rooney has said that Manchester United have taken a step towards getting the club back to where it was during the glory days.
Yeah.
Are they in that step in that direction towards glory days? Since it's going to be there on the interim, according to the board?
I will just apply for caution. They should be cautious because I remember when a certain Ole Gunnar Solskjaer, who also has Manchester United DNA, when he came in and he started on the job, he got 2 wins in his first 2 games. A lot of people were clapping, give it to Ole, we deserve the job permanently, and we saw the results. Even though they were getting certain results, but then you could see that they still fell back to, we are not comfortable with the way he's playing and all of that. So for me, when Rooney...
Ole was doing well. Ole was doing well.
He was, but they were not getting the results.
Trophies. They were getting results, but only the trophies were not coming. That's all.
The thing is this, you just don't use 2 games to judge quality. Yeah, they will play Fulham.
His win percentage was even still better than...
Why not give him 10?
Than Erik Ten Hag.
Yes. Why not? But why not give him 10? 10 games, 15 games, or let him finish the season.
Yeah.
Right? So that we'll see where we are. You won't say after 2 games, the Messiah is here, give him the job. How many games was
Michael Carrick given before he was let go? And,
he played 3. I think it was 3 games. He played 3 games.
Which is not enough.
It's not enough. But Van Nistelrooy, remember Ruud Van Nistelrooy, when he was interim manager to play 2 games, or was it 2 or 3 games? He won. Then he went to Leicester, and we saw how it was at Leicester.
Leicester was a poor team anyway.
Exactly. And even Michael Carrick went to Middlesbrough.
Leicester does not have United's DNA, so maybe. Yeah.
Carrick went to Middlesbrough, did very, very well for Middlesbrough. Then, I think it was his first 2 seasons, he did well for Middlesbrough. But, subsequently, he didn't get it. So for me, I think caution now. They've gotten 2 big results, beating Manchester United and Manchester City and Arsenal, 2 title contenders back to back. Of course, you'll be over the moon, but they should still call for caution. It's not everybody that can handle it. Rooney himself should be a manager, but right now he's a pundit.
Yeah.
He's a pundit.
Maybe he doesn't have the DNA.
No, maybe the DNA, maybe he has his RNA, no more of a DNA.
Wow.
Of course.
That's a dig at Man United legend.
He's a Manchester United player. He was a Manchester United player, a Manchester United legend with a Scouse accent. So he can do a better job at Liverpool or Everton than Manchester United.
Okay.
If you are talking about DNA.
Okay. Do you think Liverpool fans should be comfortable having Wayne Rooney coaching?
No, I think they would rather have a certain Jimmy Carragher at the job.
Instead of
they would have a certain Jimmy
rivalry.
Carragher at the job than
because they can't trust the rival.
He is a Manchester United player. I mean,
an Everton boy.
Of course.
That even makes it worse.
Look at it. That even makes it worse. So even Jimmy Carragher is an Everton fan. So that even makes it worse. So for me, I think Rooney, but I think it's good to see former Manchester United players coming. They know better. You know, when it comes to their club, they know better and they know what needs to change. And don't forget, Sir Alex Ferguson is also still there. They can still speak to him if they need something. Michael Carrick played under Alex Ferguson throughout his not throughout his Manchester United career, but for most part of his Manchester United career.
What next for us now? Is Arsenal still going to win the league? Are still on the title?
For me, I will also call for calm. I mean, yes, it's 4 points. The pressure will be building, but don't forget, this is the most consistent side in the Premier League this season. That's only their 3rd loss of the season and their first home loss. Though they haven't gotten a win now in 3 games, 2 draws and a loss. So they have to look inwards and say, look, we can't continue like this. But knowing Arsenal, knowing Mikel Arteta, I think they will bounce back. Manchester City also have not really been consistent to the point of saying, oh, now they are going to catch Arsenal. They might get to their next game and lose. So for me, I think Arsenal still have big games ahead. They all have big games ahead. 15 games left. I think it's still all to play for. So I don't think Arsenal fans should panic right now and say, oh, the title, we might bottle it. Of course, rival fans will come and say, oh, the title now might be bottled and all of that. But where are your own teams? Where are your own teams to the level playing ground? So for me, I think 4 points, Aston Villa 2 still looks like a team that is still shaky as well. So I think, they are inviting pressure right now. But trust me, I think Arsenal might still bounce back.
Okay, it's all good. And of course, Liverpool also lost to Bournemouth.
Yeah.
And there were 7 minutes of crazy football that was played. Gomez was injured and it's not, I don't know. It took 7 minutes to make a decision and Bournemouth got 2 goals.
It shows when you don't have that depth they are looking for in your squad, you just appear confused at some point. And Liverpool, I still don't know why at this point they are yet to go into the market and get a defender. I heard that Estade Maguire was having an MRI scan before he got to know that the deal was off. He was there in the Liverpool Medical Center getting ready for his Liverpool deal, Liverpool Medical, and the deal was called off. What is going on at the club? When I saw Wataruendo at the back, I knew that this thing is not going to go Liverpool's way today. Yes, big credit to Dominic Szoboszlai for me, Liverpool's player of the season. He has handled it perfectly, even playing at the right back role sometimes when Arne Slot started in there too. So I think it's not really looking good for Liverpool at this point. They are being reactive somehow, not even being proactive. I was expecting them to be very, very proactive. As soon as it was January 1st, 2026, they should have gone to the market to go look for a defender. They should have locked up Estade Maguire. They've been teasing him, teasing on his buy. Eventually, he has gone to Manchester City.
They slept on it, even on
Semenyo. And right now, thank God they are keeping a certain Andy Robertson because he's looking at that deal is going to fall through.
What difference is Robertson going to make?
But they have agreed a deal to get back Costa Tsimikas. That's not what they need now. Look at the priority. You can't be shipping in left backs when you already have 2. So why not get in a centre back that will take that pressure off Konate and Van Dijk? Look at Van Dijk in that game too. I mean,
Van Dijk time is up.
From a world-class defender, no. That's punishing.
Did you say world-class?
He is. To a lot of people, he's world-class.
No, this season, he's just a defender.
You won't use the season to determine world-class to determine who is still world-class.
There's a time when you still have it. And there's a time when
there are world-class defenders that have terrible seasons now. World-class players have terrible seasons.
He has gone off. He's still on holiday right now. And I think with what I'm seeing, he's not even making effort. You know, normally if a defender is having a bad time,
Yeah.
he'll be making effort to improve.
Of course.
Van Dijk has switched off this season. He has decided not to. He has decided when he wants to play and when he doesn't want to play. And that's not his hallmark
see
of
his
a
body
professional.
language.
His body language is showing that this is the day I want to play.
Yeah.
This is the day I don't want to play. And it's looking like he's disgusted with what he's seeing. He's not really interested. Konate is not here. Why should I even
Why should I
stress
care?
myself?
Yeah.
Why should I? You know, and that's a hallmark of a player who's not professional, who's not dedicated, who doesn't care about the fans. Come on.
But a lot of people will not see it that way, Jerry. A lot of people will say,
What do
look,
people not see
it's the whole team.
They're looking at the whole
They'll feel
team.
like it's the whole team that is actually not putting
For
themselves
instance,
on
I
the
know
line.
Liverpool is having issues
Yes.
in terms of bad recruitment. But what happens when Van Dijk is given an opportunity? Look at that first goal. So it's going through the touchline. He didn't make effort to even stop it. He was just looking like, okay, score, go ahead.
I mean, I
Go ahead and score.
On that case, I don't know what's going on in Van Dijk's head, but he is the leader and the captain of the side, not just with the
I think
handband.
Van Slot were to be a firm coach. I think it's high time he takes the armband of Van Dijk. Anyway, it will cause a lot of problems.
It's going to cause a lot
more
of
problems for him.
Who is going to step
already.
up as a leader for that team?
Yeah, maybe I don't know. Just give it
Szoboszlai?
to Gravenberch or the Gakpo. That will even create more rancor. You give me a
No,
Dutchman.
I think it's-
that Dutchman.
I think when it comes
Don't
to
you think the sentiment of the fact that Van Dijk is a Dutchman is getting away with a lot of things?
he was the captain before he got there.
Yeah, and he got there, he's misbehaving, and you can't even discipline him.
Who is going to play?
But he was quick to discipline Mo Salah, bench him, and so on and so forth.
Who is going to play?
Why not bring a player?
Who is-
Uh,
do you
uh,
have-
this-
you
this
don't
is why-
have the
this is why I
luxury of
like-
centre
This is why I
backs.
like coaches like Jurgen Klopp
Yeah.
and Jose Mourinho.
Yeah.
He doesn't mind bringing a player from the feeders team, buying any defender from any. As generally starting, he's going to bench Van Dijk, get a defender.
Jerry, you know
That's
the
what
funny-
we
you know
have
the funny
done.
thing about
A
football?
serious manager.
You know the funny thing about football? It's fans that are complaining that, oh, Van Dijk shouldn't get away with that. Once he gets benched and Liverpool lose, they will clamor for an slot to be out.
At least,
So is he going to leave the job before Van Dijk?
Respect if he benches Van Dijk because he wants a more serious backline.
Of course, but if he has the luxury, he can bench Van Dijk, put in a player, and the player gives good performances, and you will be sending a message to Van Dijk. I
information-
think Van Dijk is sending a message to the coach and the board that, look, I can't
Stories-
be doing this, I can't do this alone.
Stories
We
are
don't
coming
have
out.
we don't have
They've already
players.
had a meeting with Xabi Alonso in Spain, and Gerrard might be stepping in on a makeshift before the season ends.
Okay,
And,
to do what exactly?
That's what I don't
To
know.
still come and they are going to do the same thing with this set
Because
of
they've
players.
not
Because
got
they
any
don't have players. Are you going to give them what they want? That's the question.
Maybe Gerrard is going to do some magic. Anyway, time really fast, so we just have to go. Big thanks, Hafiz, the Algerian, a good banker himself.
I think I will hold this for now.
All right, big thanks to the guys behind the scenes who made the show awesome. Talking about the lives of Shegun, Sam, as well as Sapon, not leaving out Hassan. My name is Gerard Pelahai, saying thanks for being a part of the locker room. Up next is Political Lens with Chukwuma Okoro. Stay tuned.
In a world where power shifts with every headline,
In a nation full of questions,
in a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
When I first heard VOP, I thought they were talking about me because I'm a voice-over personality. But no, this is Voice of the People TV, and you are riveted forever because this is the place to be.
Yo guys, your boy Chella. Shout out to VOP TV. I love you guys.
Salut tout le monde, Suspect 95. Là, on est sur VOP TV. On passe un bon temps. J'espère que vous kiffez. On est au Afrima. On est ensemble. VOP TV.
Don't see me like a fool because I don't do giddy giddy giddy. VOP, you don't know somewhere from Ghana representing live and living color. Yeah, Beam Nation President. Outside with it. Bless up.
Hello, this is Milo from Ivory Coast. Keep watch Voice of the People TV. Regardez la voix du peuple, la télévision de la voix du peuple. Que Dieu vous bénisse. À très bientôt. Love you so much.
Hi guys, what's up? This is Gaze Baba. I am watching VOP TV. Usually you be told to not touch the dial, but I tell you to touch the dial and increase the volume. You're like, keep it locked. It's Afro Gospel. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Shego Arunze. You're watching VOP. Don't change the dial.
My Joe, fine girl. My Joe, fine babe. Yes, don't touch the dial. This is me, Dr. Adiwala Iba. Keep watching VOP TV.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chike Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejimo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us. And you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it. Or I'll find you. And I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I won't want you actually. I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that dial because VOP is the plot.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Do you want your voice to be heard?
Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
As Nigeria inches closer to the 2027 general election, the political atmosphere is growing tense and uncertain. With the economy under strain and many campaign promises unfulfilled, public frustration is rising. While the ruling party is recalibrating its strategy to retain power, opposition parties that should be capitalizing on these grievances appear fragmented, disoriented, and struggling to present a united alternative to Nigerians. While key political heavyweights like Peter Obi, Atiku Abubakar, and Rotimi Amechi are all positioning themselves to claim the ticket of a major opposition platform, intensifying internal rivalries than building consensus. Meanwhile, the People's Democratic Party and the Labour Party are grappling with internal crises, leadership questions, and ideological confusion, leaving voters wondering who truly speaks for their interests in 2027. Against this backdrop, and as President Bola Ahmed Tinubu departs for a state visit to Turkey, critical questions emerge about leadership focus, national priorities, and the real choices before Nigerians. On this edition of Political Lens, we'll explore the options available to Nigerians in 2027 as Tinubu departs to Turkey for a state visit. We'll also examine the state of the nation, the readiness of the opposition, and what credible options, if any, lie ahead for the Nigerian electorate. Well, you can also speak power. You can't speak truth to power in this administration. That is coming from Seyi Makinde, governor of Oyo State. And Tinubu's reforms attract $20 billion investment plan. Well, those are the major topics of discussions. Good evening. This evening. Good evening and welcome to Political Lens. I am Chukwuma Okoro. Now, let's bring in our guests. We've been joined by Mr. Darlington Agomo. Agomo is a lawyer and political affairs analyst. Good evening, Mr. Agomo, and thanks for joining me on the show this evening.
Thank you very much, Mr. Okoro. It's my pleasure to be here.
Okay, big one. Let's get into it. President Bola Tinubu on Monday departed Abuja for a state visit to Turkey. Bayo Ononuga, special advisor to the president on information and strategy, had in a statement on Sunday, that's yesterday, said the official visit to Turkey was aimed at consolidating the existing cordial ties between Nigeria and Turkey, while exploring new areas of cooperation in security, education, social development, innovation, and aviation. Those who were at the presidential wing of the Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport to see up the president, as usual, included the governor of Imo State, Hope Uzodimma, chairman of Progressive Governors Forum, secretary to the government of the Federation, George Akume, Minister of Budget and Economic Planning, Atiku Bagudu, and Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike. Well, Wike was present at the airport to see the president off. Well, Tinubu leaves... he left with Chief of Staff to the President, Femi Bajabiamila, National Security Advisor, Nuhu Ribadu, and the Special Advisor to the President on Media and Public Communications, Sunday Diary. Members of the President's entourage participating in the bilateral discussions include Minister of Foreign Affairs, Ambassador Yusuf Turuga, Attorney General and Minister of Justice of the Federation, Prince Lateef Fagbemi, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, Minister of Defense, General Christopher Musa, retired, and Chairman House Committee on Defense, Honorable Jimmy Benson. Others are Minister of Women Affairs and Social Development, Hajia Imam Suleiman Ibrahim, Minister of Interior, Olubumi Tunji Ojo, Minister of Culture and Creative Economy, Hanatu Musawa, National Security Advisor, Malam Nuhu Ribadu, and Director General of National Intelligence Agency, Ambassador Mohammed Ibrahim. Sorry, Mohammed. That's his correct name. Ambassador Mohammed. That's Director General of the Nigerian National Intelligence Agency. Barrister Darlington, the president has traveled to Turkey days after he came back from Europe and UAE. What's your reaction to this? He's going to Turkey, for bilateral discussions on how to consolidate cooperation between Nigeria and Turkey. Turkey of all places.
Mm-hmm. Look, except we begin to ask questions about the travels, this man will continue to waste our resources in the name of traveling, in the name of weighing investors. There is something going on in Asoro that they don't want to tell us. This is no longer ordinary. That Asoro, there is something there that is pursuing these people. If not, why can't you sit down in your office for once? I mean, just look at it. What if America cannot give you all the help you need? Is it Turkey that will do it? No, tell me. What America is doing in Nigeria today with the help they are giving to us against this insecurity, can Turkey do that? The answer is no. So why are we not taking advantage of the help of America and do the needful instead of all the travel on security? How many places have you gone for this type of thing? Mr. Okoro, how many times have Mr. Tinubu gone to this type of security, whatever? To make matters worse, Turkey has been fingered as a terrorist financier and sponsor all over the world, including Nigeria. It's on record. Turkey has been fingered as one of those sponsoring terrorism, especially in Nigeria. So how do you go to such a country to do what? And that is the first port of call for Sheikh Gumi, that Turkey.
But Barrister, what are you insinuating? You are trying to create an nexus between terrorism and Turkey and our president's visit to Turkey. I don't get it.
I am not creating. It is what it is. That was the last standpoint of the jihadists. They wanted to enter Europe through Turkey until the Crusaders stopped them. There was a bitter fight in that place until there was an armistice or so, and they had to withdraw. Each one had to go back to their separate places, and the jihadists returned Turkey. And you see what they have been doing in that country. All the Christian artifacts that Turkey is known for, they have destroyed all of them. So why do you go to such a place? What help are they going to render to? The earthquake that they hit them 2 years ago, have they come out of it? An earthquake that almost sank the entire country.
No, Barrister, that earthquake, was it so massive that it almost sank the entire country?
You didn't hear the
one part of the
You didn't
country,
hear the magnitude, Abi?
Like 2 or 3 cities.
Yeah. Yes. Cities. Yes. Cities, Abi. If your cities are decimated, what is left?
Barrister, there are so many cities in Turkey.
Please, let me hear. Which cities? How many of them? If 3 of your cities have been decimated by earthquake, So what are you going to look for in the rural areas?
Okay, but Barrister, since then they have bounced back and the economy seems to be doing well.
It's not true.
Okay.
It's not true. So Turkey,
now let's leave Turkey out
Turkey
of it. You talk about the president's travel. The other time he was in Europe, he's been to France several times. He's been to Brazil. He's been to, the last time he, in fact, as a matter of fact, he came back from UAE about 10 days ago and all of that. But this is on a state visit. The last time he traveled was on a working vacation, but this one is a state visit. Do you have a problem with the president?
I have a problem with all the visits because none of them have yielded any fruit. State visits. When is he going to go on a local government visit or even village visit?
He has his governor doing all that for him.
Please, I don't like this. Look, we don't have a leader here. That's just the simple truth. Donald Trump, with all his bravado, do you see him leaving America for one day? Going to where will he go to? No, which is that country that is worthy to host a Donald Trump? Which is that country? Mention it. Both in Europe and America. Except this one that he goes to Ukraine. And then whenever he wants to have meeting with the Vladimir Putin, they will choose a neutral ground. He doesn't leave that place. For what? Your own country is not better than his own. So
why he was in Davos.
Don't you see what is going on in Davos, Switzerland?
Okay.
Switzerland. Don't you see what's going on there?
Yes.
So, I mean, Donald Trump packing his bag and say he's going to one country to go and do what?
No, but our president...
He will call you.
The last time he went to UAE was for the Sustainable Summit.
Please.
Sustainability Summit.
Please. Is it not an embarrassment for you to go to Dubai? Look at this
for a global summit.
Leave that thing,
Sustainability Summit. He wasn't the only one there.
If I am in the position of an American Nigerian president, I will be looking at myself as that is when you count Donald Trump, you will count me. You will count Prime Minister of Britain. You will count that of Canada.
Barrister, onto what? Onto what?
Yeah, in terms of status.
What status are you talking about?
I am representing the biggest black nation in the whole world. I am not supposed to be seen everywhere.
Okay.
Yeah, if I need you, I will call you on phone, tell you what I want. That's all. Why should I come to you to do what?
If you are representing a rich country of poor people, will you be so proud to flaunt yourself?
Then I'm not poor. There's no way I will be poor. Nigeria is not poor. Nigeria, we all have poor.
No, but Barrister, did you hear what I said? I said Nigeria is a rich country of poor people.
Because you made them so.
So, under this condition, under this situation, if you are a president of the world's most populous black nation and you represent a rich country of poor people, will you flaunt yourself around the world?
In that case, I will make this place a paradise.
Okay.
So that the whole world will come here to pay homage.
Okay, now the question is changing.
Yes.
Now, Barrister, I have asked this question several times. Let me ask you again. When people complain about the president's absence, and I ask, does it really matter? Because in the president's presence, things happen. Things happen and nothing changes. So should his absence bother Nigerians?
It should.
At some point, Atiku Abubakar said, well, Nigeria is on autopilot. So was Atiku correct when he said that Nigeria is on autopilot? Because in and out of season, when the president is in and when the president is outside, nothing changes. Everything goes on as usual. So should the president's absence matter to Nigerians?
Yes, it should, because it is our resources that is being wasted for nothing. Mr. Okoro?
Okay, so your concern is that he's spending taxpayers' money.
Yes. That is the main issue here.
Okay.
And we are not seeing any returns. We are not seeing any returns. That is even the bigger problem. Donald Trump, before he leaves America, all the benefits are already calculated. What he's going to bring back is already known, is there. He can't come to your country for nothing. It's not possible.
Okay.
He's coming to attract one thing or the other into America. I listened to him on Saturday, and this man was reading out what he had done under 1 year.
Okay.
That $18 trillion of investment have come into America in under 1 year. And you are celebrating 20 billion.
No, Barrister, we'll come to that in a bit. We'll come to that in a bit. Now, when you say that the president travels and what does he come back with, you recall that when he went to China, he signed an MOU, 5 of them in 5 different areas, including nuclear energy, including the Nigerian TV station and the Chinese TV station. And I think there were about 5 of them on top of my head. I can't recall them, but Nuclear energy was one of them. Cultural reorientation was one of them. There was this MOU between the China State Television and the Nigerian Television Authority and two other areas that border on the economy. And the last time he went to France, I think the first time he went to France, he also signed treaties, including military exchange between France and Nigeria, and also that Nigeria was going to get help from France for the solid mineral sector and all of that. So you still think that the president's travels are not yielding results to Nigerians?
This signing of MOU is a sign that you don't want to do anything. You don't need all those things to develop your country, Mr. Okoro, please. China, who did they sign MOU before they got to where they are? Donald Trump, when did he sign MOU before he did what he did to bring America back?
Barrister, there were partnerships. There were partnerships.
With who? With who?
There were partnerships.
With who?
Barrister, there were partnerships.
Who partnered with who now?
Barrister, after the First World War, America stepped into the global arena.
Look, I'm talking of, please leave all this thing, you are going back now.
No, Barrister, but America just didn't start now. America has been there, global power.
I am telling you where America was before Donald Trump came in.
Okay.
Under Joe Biden.
No, you're doing a short comparison. You're asking me which...
It's the same thing now.
No,
under
it's
your
not the
watch.
same thing, Barrister.
No, under your watch. Hold on. Under your watch now. You are the one in charge now. What have you done with the situation you met?
Barrister, he's making reforms. We are going to talk about reforms.
I didn't see anyone, Mr. Okoro. Reforms, you don't take 20 years to do reform, Mr. Okoro.
Barrister, he's been on office in just 2.5 for just 2.5 years.
I said 1 year is enough.
And we are told by World Bank and IMF that his policies, reform policies are yielding results for Nigeria and that they should be sustained.
These are Buccaneers praising you.
Okay.
Buccaneers. They are the ones making this country. Some countries have joined this IMF and World Bank.
Okay, but some countries were developed with the IMF policies.
I don't think so.
I'm telling you.
I don't think so.
Barrister, you don't think so?
China didn't use them to develop.
But Japan did.
America
some
did.
Asian countries did. Barrister, see, we paint a picture of IMF and World Bank, being the devil in the detail.
Okay, must we follow them?
If that's the track they use in developing, in their development, why can't we?
You are your own problem. You are not making effort to develop.
So let us not blame IMF and World Bank. Let's blame ourselves.
That's what I'm telling you here.
No, that's not what they are saying. You are saying that they are the problem, that IMF and World Bank, they are the problem.
You said some countries develop with them. I said,
because you raised the issue that IMF and World Bank, that they are Buccaneers. I said, no, they are not, because some countries use their formula to develop. And I just cited Japan.
And I told you, that is not applicable to Nigeria.
Why is it not applicable to Nigeria?
Hold on. What is the interest rate given to those countries and to Nigeria when they borrow money?
Barrister,
is it the same?
Barrister,
tell me, is it
Barrister,
the same?
They are the same.
Yeah, it's not.
Barrister, they are the same.
It is not.
They are the same. They are tied to your currency.
Go and check. It's not the same. It's not the
Barrister,
same.
let's move away from that. I'm telling you that we shouldn't be blaming IMF all the time. I'm talking about the president's travel and what they are yielding. No, Barrister, you brought those things to yourself, not the IMF and World Bank.
No, they are the
Barrister,
ones.
nothing said that you shouldn't have rejected those offers. Because at some point, your money, their currency had value. That they are, what did you do with the money?
You are not talking.
No, you are the one that is coming to my point.
Hold on. If you are now introducing obnoxious policies,
who is introducing? Did they force you to take those? Did they force you to take those?
They are the one that told us.
Barrister, did they force you?
You see now.
I'm asking you, did they force you?
But look, you said there is partnership. A partnership that is obnoxious is not a partnership.
Barrister, if it is obnoxious, then you walk away. Why did you stay in? That's the point.
They made it look
they made it. You made it. You accepted it.
They made it look like it's going to
Barrister,
work.
they made it and you accepted
it. They gave you
so you didn't have educated people to tell you that those things wouldn't work or what?
A poison chalice and you drank it.
No, Barrister, you saw that the chalice was poisoned, yet you drank it. Let's move away from this. Barrister, let's move away from this.
They took advantage of the man in power.
Barrister, let's move away from this debate because it's a debate that you can never win. I'm asking you, let's talk about the president's travels, the benefits that they are bringing. We are going to talk about that in a bit because we hear that, look, Shell says they are coming back because of $20 billion. They are going to make $20 billion investment plan in Nigeria. Why? Because according to them, reform policies are working. Well, that's one of the topics of discussion. But I just want to tell you that in 2024, the president said, look, I raked in 9 months, $30 billion of foreign investment. And so you think that his travels are not yielding benefits to us?
Mr. Okoro, look, what you say is different from what you are doing.
Okay.
What you are telling me is different from what I am seeing. You can see now. Please, where are these things you are talking about? Where are they? Where are these investments? Is it audio investment?
No, they are talking about, not me talking about.
You are telling me
I'm quoting what the government
said. They sent
said.
you to me. You are the one telling me.
They didn't send me.
Because
it's out there in the public.
I didn't see. You are the one telling me.
Okay,
now.
So you are not aware.
That's
okay, you are not aware. Now I'm telling you.
I want you to convince me.
Okay.
When they tell you like, don't come and tell me this.
Barrister, my duty here is not to convince you. My duty is to ask you. Now that you said you have not seen.
Yes, because I didn't see anything.
Okay,
and I said, if you are doubting me, show me.
Okay, some people have seen. Some people have seen.
Who are those people?
Yeah, some people have seen.
APC supporters, Abi.
Well, I wouldn't know, but Nigerians. I know that they are
anything
Nigerians.
right for Nigeria? Have they
Barrister,
seen one single thing for
Barrister,
Nigeria?
let's move on. Our time here is perishable. Now, 2027 is around the corner. And what options are available to Nigerians? You know, we're talking about the APC, ADC, Labour Party, PDP, Obi, Atiku, Kwanso, and Co. What are the options available? How do you situate 2027 in all of this? Talking about opposition politics, political campaign, political postulations, horse trading, and all of that. What options are available to Nigerians?
The options are available for Nigeria is Obi and Atiku. Because it is better to go with something you have tried and tested than something that is unknown to you. There are people you look at, you say, yeah, this one can deliver. Then you look at it, you say, this one can deliver. All along, people have been talking about Atiku, Obi, Atiku, Atiku, Obi and Atiku.
Okay.
I didn't see any other combination. I have not heard, I have not seen.
You've not heard or you've not seen?
I have not seen.
You've not heard about Obi Kwanso?
It's not likely.
You've not heard about Obi Kwanso?
It's not likely.
Oh, okay, it's not likely.
We are talking
have you heard about Atiku Amechi? You've not heard about Atiku Amechi?
He came once and disappeared.
Who, Amechi?
But, yes, he came
Amechi said that he's not willing to deputize anybody.
So
rumor mills have it that, look, Amechi is surreptitiously working for the slot of VP from the South-South.
So how can that work out? When Obi
Why won't
is
it
there?
work out?
When Obi is there?
As what? As what?
Which one is as what?
Okay.
Look, there cannot be any president without a deputy or a vice.
Okay, so you mean that Obi might just deputize for?
What is wrong with that? What is wrong with that?
No, I'm not saying, I'm just asking
I'm asking you, what is wrong with that? Because the permutation says that, yes, this is what is going to work.
Okay.
So why not take advantage of it? Because if you lose that now, you are going to wait. You are going to wait.
Who is going to wait?
That is Obi.
Okay.
If they push him out with this propaganda they are pounding all over the place now, Obi cannot run on his own. That one is certain. That one is in fact, it is certain he can't run on his own.
Okay.
You must run with somebody.
Okay.
Are you getting what I'm saying?
What do you mean by he can't run on his own? He must run with somebody. In 2023, he ran with that Baba man.
But they are telling him to go away from ADC and go and run on his own. That's what I'm hearing from his obedience.
Okay, the obedient movement. Okay.
They are telling him that if you don't get
on which
ticket,
platform?
If he doesn't get ticket from ADC, he should leave. He should go away. He should go and run on his own. And I say, how? Which party now which party? Where will he start? Where will he start? In fact, Obi has been the most luckiest politician I've seen.
Okay.
Obi, the most luckiest politician. Let nobody deny that. He went to a Labour Party that is already there and they accepted him. True or false?
Okay.
Good. He now came to ADC that is already made. They accepted him. True or false? He was not the one that groomed up, created ADC. He was not the one that created Labour Party. But they all accepted him. They all accepted it. Is that not lucky?
Okay, I wanted to ask you, Agomo, is it luck or hard work? Which one?
No, it's
because
luck.
He came with a pedigree.
It's a luck.
Okay.
Mr. Okoro, it is luck, acceptability. Because if you check, there are other people that are of those pedigree, but nobody looking their way.
Like who? Like who? Can you mention?
There are people. There are people who are yes. Because if Obi didn't pass through Anambra, Mr. Okoro, nobody would remember that name. Nobody would have known that.
Exactly my point. A lot of other people have passed through their states. A lot of other people have passed through their states. Amechi was governor of Rivers State. He's been minister 2 times.
So if Obi did not pass through Anambra, nobody would have known them because politically he was not there. You know.
Okay.
It was just Anambra governorship that created Obi, and people got to know him. Okay. And so there are other people of that like. who are equally there, except we now some Providence will bring them up.
Okay, so you have gone back to Providence, which means that it is luck.
That's what I'm telling you now.
It is luck. Okay,
so
it's
that's
luck.
it.
Right.
So it's not as if you are.
So it has nothing to do with hard work.
Hard waiting. Those who fought for this independence, what do you tell them? Those who fought for this independence.
Barrister, we are looking at the options. You have just talked about Obi an article, probably in ADC. You have not talked about APC. Is APC not an option for Nigerians?
APC?
Yes.
In fact, it is the worst in Nigeria, the worst mistake they can make again.
How so?
With what is on ground now, with what we are seeing.
What is on ground? Prices of food items are coming
down. Not just that. Not the way Nigeria is being run.
How is Nigeria being run? The Naira to dollar exchange rate is coming down.
It's coming down.
Yes.
It's coming down.
The promises they made.
Really? So you want me to celebrate that, Abi?
No, I'm just asking.
Look, Mr. Okoro, I have told you now, I want you to listen very well, and you and your supporters, listen very well.
Barrister, when you come to my show and you try to pigeonhole me, I don't like it. I'm here to ask you questions. You don't say me and my supporters. I don't have supporters. I don't have an opinion on this program.
That's what concerns you. I am telling you now.
No, I'm telling you what it is now. So that the public.
I am not comfortable with most of your questions. Listen very well.
Barrister, what questions do you want me to ask you?
You are trying very well, but I'm telling you my mind. Hold on, listen.
No, I'm happy. No, Barrister, I agree with you that you are speaking your mind. But when you pigeonhole me, that me and my supporters, it gives the impression that I have an opinion here or that I'm supporting a particular person.
What you are saying,
what I'm saying, I'm just asking you ordinary questions.
The question
so
you're
you just
asking
answer.
Me. Hold on. The question you're asking me, you are putting words into my mouth.
Barrister, putting words into your mouth, how?
It's like you're even fighting me.
Barrister, how am I fighting you? Dollar to Naira exchange rate from 1,552 today is at 1,418. Isn't that an improvement?
Mr. Okoro, listen very well. Let me tell you again. Until APC took us back to 2015 where they met us.
Okay.
All the things we were enjoying before they came. The exchange rate, the food stuff, everything. Until they take us back to that place. Don't celebrate anything here from you. I've told you now. So that we'll not.
No, Barrister, I'm not celebrating anything.
So don't tell me that
I'm giving you facts and figures.
The dollar came down to 1,004. What do you mean by that? So when it was 250, was this spirit that was in office? Is it not human being? Is it not human being that made it to be? When Nigeria was #1 economy in Africa, was it not people that did it? Why can't they bring us back? But look, you see where I quarrel. You see where I quarrel with you.
No, Barrister, you are not right to quarrel with me. I'm not the one that put out the figure. The figures are out there.
I am giving my own facts now.
But have I quarreled with your facts?
Why not?
Have I quarreled with
that
your
is what
facts?
I call achievement. That's what I call achievement. Not this your tokenism. You come and tell me dollar has come down because the review.
But Barrister, do you recall that at some point dollar was 1,800 at the beginning of this administration?
I have just told you now. They have not achieved anything.
Okay.
Because if you set your house on fire out of foolishness, I will now realize that this is the house I will come back to sleep this night. What the hell? You now run back to go and put out the fire.
Okay.
Will I clap for you?
Okay, so that's not an achievement.
What is that an achievement?
If you realize your mistakes and make amends,
it's not mistake. It's foolishness.
Okay, it's foolishness.
If you have committed blunder and you want to correct it, why should I now celebrate you? Why should I clap for you? Are you not the one that committed it?
Okay, so your position now is that APC is not an option for Nigeria.
It can never be. Don't even mention it. It's just that gullibility and stomach infrastructure has overtaken Nigerians.
Okay.
With 1,000 naira, they can sell their soul without knowing it. That is just the
okay. Now, Barrister, you are talking about the ADC being an option, an alternative, Atiku and Obi ticket, right? Single ticket. And Minister of Women Affairs, Hannatu Ibrahim, said that, look, Atiku cannot defeat Tinubu in 2027. She's the one saying this now, not Chukuma Okoro saying it. And that even with Obi, if they even run on the same ticket, that the magic of 2023 and the magic of 2019 cannot be repeated. Do you agree with her?
I do not agree with her because right now, what Nigerians have suffered is enough to change their mindset.
Okay.
The woman should have known that things have changed. The thing that changed have equally changed the mind of Nigerians. Is it not Nigerians that will vote?
Okay.
This 133 million
multidimensional
poor people.
Okay.
Are they not the one that will do the voting?
Okay.
So you think those people are happy? You think they don't know what to do now?
But Barrister, these governors are moving to the APC.
Don't worry. The governor
and they are moving with their people.
Their people did not collect the money or whatever that they use.
No, but the salaries are being paid. Roads are being constructed in the states and all of that. Pensions are being paid by these governors. They are building infrastructure and all of that. And the governors are busy convincing people, look, the APC is the place to be. You think the people don't see all of these things or what?
How many of them have answered them? Is it not this one that Wike went to the one and was renting crowd? Who told you that they answered?
Okay, so they were rented crowd.
They were rented crowd. You see during the campaign, you see what will happen. That maybe they will give you a picture of what is to come. The people are waiting for them during what? During campaign. Let them come again and make noise. The people, you see how they will boo them. They will tell you that the Nigerians are. Look, I'll be so sad if all these things we are saying here every day, Nigerians do not take advantage of it. We have opened their eyes. They ought to know. They ought to know better. They ought to know that yes, power don't change hands. 2023 cannot be 2027.
Okay.
And that's what
power change hands between who and who?
Yes, power have changed hands. It's now with the people.
Okay, with the people.
We have given the people power. We are giving them power.
But, sir, how will the people achieve all of this without an organized opposition? We see the LP in tatters. Abure is still fighting, struggling for leadership. In the PDP, as some people have said, is in ICU. And in the ADC, there's also problem in the ADC. So what is the alternative?
With the pronouncement of the court now, these parties, they have found their bearing.
Okay.
All the squabbles are over. Their members can take advantage of that.
Barrister, is there a possibility that ADC, PDP, and Labour Party, SDP, NNPP.
They can come together.
Can all of them come together?
Yeah, they can come because that was how APC used to win election.
Okay.
Yeah, the same thing can happen.
You see the possibility?
It's more than possible. At the 11th hour, they will shock APC.
Okay.
They will come together. All these squabbles, they will jettison it and come together. Yes, that's the only way. And I know when this happens.
Now, who could be the mastermind of all of this? Atiku Abubakar, Rabiu Musa.
That's what I'm talking about. Political strategy, sagacity. You know, when I say this, people don't understand. They say that I'm demarketing Obi. No, I'm telling Obi, take advantage of the situation now. Go and walk into all the parties. Let them come and join you. Yes, walk into all that strategy that Tinubu and Co used in 2013. Go and use it now because the course is clear for you. Now that the North is quarreling with Tinubu, it's an opportunity for you to enter into the North and win their hearts. That is how these things are done because I remember Tinubu won Amechi when Amechi and Mrs. Jonathan quarreled and the woman had to snatch microphone from him. A sitting governor. Tinubu saw that crack and entered and took advantage. Went to Amechi, worked with him, and Amechi came over. Why do you think he was the Director General of Buhari's election twice?
Okay.
That is what I'm telling people here. Take advantage of opportunities. This one is not juju. The North is quarreling with Tinubu as I talk to you now. A good politician, this is your opportunity.
The North is quarreling with Tinubu, and governors from the North are defecting to his
party. How many of them? Is it not the one in Kano?
Abu Kefas did the same thing.
You will find out.
Caleb moved to and did the same thing.
I said, when the election comes, you will now know whether these governors are controlling their people.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying. You don't even need to go to the governor. Go to the people. They will listen to you.
Okay.
That's what I'm telling you here. This is where I expect to be to display his political wizardry. Anytime I say people don't understand, I'm demarketing him. This is where
let's talk about credible elections in 2027. Do you think that because there's a lot of people, including you, have spoken to the issue of state capture, so how feasible will it be to hold credible elections in 2027 when we have the judiciary, the police, security agencies, INEC, under the term, supposedly, allegedly, under the terms of the ruling party. So how credible would the elections be?
The National Assembly said that when they resume, I think this week, they are going to work on the electoral act, Abi? And the thing is, uppermost is that Beavers and IREV, so that your vote will count. They said it. And so I am expecting with the hoopla, with the outcry and all that, if you mount pressure on this, they will amend it and make
Okay, if you mount pressure on that.
we are.
Okay, so you now believe in the National Assembly that they can do something?
Who can pressure? It's your pressure. This tax law that they put on hold, is it not the pressure that created it?
Okay.
That's what happens when you talk. When you talk and there is a general consensus that look, this is not good. They will quickly go into their rooms and ask them questions.
Okay, so you expect that in 2027 we are going to conduct.
It is going to be because
it's going to happen.
Two. Most importantly, America is watching. If America said they don't want any Muslim ticket again, and that's why Kwankwaso is not in the car.
Master, bring me to the speed of the moment. I have not heard America say that. Maybe there's
will
something
they come and tell you, Mr.
So how did you hear? How did you hear?
Action speaks louder than words.
Are you
Action.
Are you an agent?
Action.
Are you an agent of the American government?
Action speaks louder than
Master,
words.
I just asked you a question.
But I just told you now. Don't you see that where Shetima picture is supposed to be is no longer there?
Okay, so America asked them to do that.
Of course, because it didn't work.
Interesting.
It didn't work. That part of the condition, yes, it didn't work. That one of the conditions. So with America now breathing over the neck of Nigeria and Tinubu, he dare not do the wrong thing because they will cancel that election.
Do you think there might be a repeat of 2015 where America helped the APC get into power? You know,
it's not going to be. That was Obama.
Okay, Obama okay, so now America will also help the APC get out of power. Is that what they're
because
saying?
of what is going on? Yeah, this Christian killing is uppermost on their mind. During that time, there was no Christian killing in Nigeria. Obama was after his gay project, and Jonathan didn't want to approve it, and so he must leave. Is that not what happened?
We are just telling you.
So that was the major issue here. And all the propaganda against Jonathan. Now they have seen the truth. They now know. In fact, Obama is regretting what he did in Nigeria, the same way he regretted what he did in Libya. That Obama, he's regretting it.
Okay, Barrister Darlington Agommo. Now we'll see how 2027 pans out. Let's get into our second topic of discussion. Our State Governor Seyi Makinde has criticized the Tinubu administration, saying it has become difficult to speak through to power under the current government. While speaking at an event in Ibadan, Makinde contrasted the situation with what he described as a more consultative leadership style during the Buhari administration, particularly under former Vice President Yemi Osinbajo. Makinde faulted the handling of the controversial tax reform bill, alleging that governors were sidelined and that key details of what was passed and signed into law remain unclear. He also said this lack of consultation was an affront to state governments and explained that Osinbajo's leadership at the National Economic Council influenced some of his own governance decisions in Oyo State. Reacting to this, former Ekiti State Governor Ayodele Fayese claimed Makinde's comments were driven by political frustration after receiving a cold shoulder from President Tinubu during a recent visit to the villa. Fayese accused Makinde of positioning himself as an opposition mouthpiece and insisted that the APC would back its own candidates in Oyo State ahead of the 2027 elections. Barrister, message and the messenger. Can one speak through to power under Tinubu? Let's leave what led Seyi Makinde to say what he said. I want your independent thought on this. Yes. In this administration, can one speak through to power?
Now,
in the free space that we have.
You see, when people are misbehaving or misstepping, political misstepping, they will think that they have all the wisdom, that what they are doing is right. This Makinde, Autumn, Wike, Igbazu, are they not the group of 5 governors that worked against them?
Including Ifeanyi
Ugwuanyi, and then supported Tinubu. When they were doing all those things, they didn't know that you cannot speak to power for Tinubu. All of them have been used and dumped, as I talk to you now. Where are they now? They're no longer together. You can see. But when they were doing this thing against their own party, what was on their mind? If they are wise politically, will they make that mistake? Knowing that this is your house and want to destroy it. You have destroyed your house for nothing. And now you are regretting it. So it is now you know that you cannot talk to Tinubu because you have been used and done. You went to Aso Rock and you were not giving attention. Were you the only one that Tinubu did not tell about the tax law? Were you the only governor? So
but he's been a very outspoken governor. At some point, when the federal government said, "Look, we gave governors so and so amount of money," he was the one that said, "Yes, you did it."
So it was a PDP governor. If it was an APC, will he do that? He dare not.
Okay.
And he cannot do that.
And so he's now still speaking as a PDP governor. So what is wrong in that?
He's speaking because he has been shortchanged. What he wanted, he was not given.
Okay.
Remember, at the time, the minister he nominated was not appointed.
And the president apologized.
Oh, really?
Yes.
After apologizing, what came out of it?
And so life went on for them.
Back in there is not even as sincere.
Okay, so what do you think that Sheyi could be looking for from the president?
You say what he's looking for?
What does he want from Tinubu?
Is it not obvious?
I don't know. Just tell me.
He wanted to do what Wike did now. He want to be in PDP and be playing a role in APC. So that at the end of the day, because after his second tenure now, there's something he's looking for.
Well, and which is what? Which is what?
If not appointment, what else?
Okay, he's looking for appointment. And not necessarily to put his own man as replacement, as governor.
That will equally be on the card. But
I think he can't do that without the president.
No, he cannot do it because you are a PDP man. And he knows that with the power behind Tinubu, he can bulldoze his way in Oyo State.
Okay.
And so Makinde is trying to get a soft landing. That's why most of the things...
Barrister, you paint the picture of the president as an emperor who can easily bulldoze his way. Is that what it is? Anytime you talk about Lagos, he bulldozes his way. You talk about Oyo, he's going to bulldoze his way. You talk about Rivers, he say, look, he's the person in control of Rivers. You paint the picture of an emperor of the president. Is that what it is to you?
If he's not, then what is he?
No, I'm just asking.
That's what he is.
Oh, that's what the president
That is what he is. When all these are Jagaban on your mandate will stand, that everybody is saying, is it for nothing? Is it not those he has captured?
Barrister, let's
all the institutions he has captured.
Barrister, let institutions he has captured. I want us to return to the question of the free space. I said, let us leave Sheyi and what led him to say this. Let's interrogate under this administration. Do Nigerians have the freedom to express themselves, to speak truth to power? How do you see it?
No.
Okay.
You have a limit. There are things you cannot say.
Okay.
And there are things you cannot say.
So apparently, you agree with Sheyi Makinde?
Unlike when Jonathan was there.
Okay. So you now agree with Sheyi on what he said?
Of course, everybody is aware. Everybody is aware. There are things you cannot say.
Okay.
You know what will follow. All this one we are saying here is just that this is in public domain. It's in the newspaper. So it's not. But for you to the core issues, those things that they don't want anybody to hear. If you say it now, they will come and ask you, who told you? Why did you get this information? But under Jonathan, the APC was all over the place. There's nothing they did not do. They were even protesting. Every time they would go to that Freedom Square at Ketu. Is that not true? They even consulted his coffin and wrote RIP and all that. But Jonathan allowed all these things. Can you try that now? Mr. Okoro, be sincere to yourself. Can you try it now? You know what will follow. So what we are saying here is what is in public domain. We're only analyzing it.
Okay.
But if you go beyond that, Mr. Okoro, they will come for you.
Okay, they will
come for years.
No, Barrister, if you juxtapose, the current president's conduct and the conduct of Jonathan, would Jonathan come across to you as a weak leader?
No, he wasn't.
Okay.
It's not that he was level-headed. He said this is better that if he used 40% of his power,
so why didn't he
will become a dictator.
Why didn't he use that? He was shoved out of office.
Because in fact, I even thank God he did though. Because if he did not, the propaganda. Look at this person that wanted to repair Nigeria. They did not allow him. Jonathan refused to go away. So it is always good when things like this happen.
Okay, so it's good that we had President Buhari and now President
Tinubu.
So that we compare.
Because if imagine what will happen if these people did not come to governance, Mr. Okoro, are we going to hear a word?
Of course, by now they have been spent and scattered.
Oh, really?
Yeah, the way the PDP and other parties are spent now, spend force more like.
But it's always good so that Nigerians will not taste it. But when we are saying it that time, they never believed in us. I know that these two are deceits by excellence. Don't look at it since they came into office. Look at where Nigeria is. Look at what is going on. Did you enjoy all this under Jonathan? The answer is no. The economy was working. number one in Africa. People made it so. For years, Nigeria was number one in Africa. No challenge. Throughout the period of PDP, it's on record. So what happened?
Barrister, the APC said that, well, that Nigerian economy wasn't doing well, that termites were underneath eating the plant, and that the roof would have fallen on us one day abruptly. No, that was what they said.
It didn't fall on us for 16 years of PDP. I mean,
They said it was bound to happen.
Really? You can imagine.
And now that they are here, they're saying they are trying to recalibrate, the economy and all of that. That Nigerians were living larger than life, living false life. The president said that, look, he had a friend that had four
limousine,
and he's driving one ordinary car.
Yes.
So and you don't agree with them. That we were
himself, what is he driving? Escalade, Abi? No, customized Escalade. You can imagine, your friends are poor, but you are rich. Mr. Okoro, these people don't know how to talk seriously. Trump is telling you that they have withdrawn 270,000 people out of the civil service, and they are now earning 3 times the money they're supposed to earn in the civil service. They are now earning it in private sector. Is that not improvement and opportunity? That is what I'm telling you here. I have asked several questions here concerning all the capital projects, industries that are lying moribund. Mr. Okoro, you mean this? Nobody will talk about them again for life or what? That Ajokuta Steel Complex, Okuiboku, Aluminium Smelter Company, just look around. These things were existing. So what happened? The petroleum industry, the oil refinery they told us is going to work. Where is it, Mr. Okoro? So you mean all these things now? No, they will never come back to life again. It is all politics. How many people entered the APC? Is that what we are elected to do? But no, just look at it yourself. Does it make sense to you? People are moving forward, we are moving backwards. You are celebrating people that entered into APC, but you are not celebrating the economy, which is the backbone of any country. Your economy, a strong economy is a strong country. You cannot be a leader. You cannot be a strong country without a great economy. It can never happen. You are not thinking of all these things. It's just politics. Are we going to eat politics? So when these people are behaving like this, it irritates me. Because I know that this is not the way we're supposed to go. It shows that we don't have people in leadership here. We have people who have mental problems. They don't think. They don't think. Things that will help this country, things that will deepen the economy, they are not thinking about it. Is where to see money, where to siphon money. Like the money you are looking for in NNPC now, that nobody wants to tell us who is with it and who took it. These are the things, this is where they measure. This is where they make too much progress. And they use that money to compromise all our system. Is that what you call progress, Okoro? Is that progress to you? If they revive all this, will it not be in his name that, it was Tinubu who revived this company and they are working in full capacity now? Will it not be to his credit? Will any other person come and take the credit? You can see what you are talking about.
Okay. All right, Barrister, let's get into it. Now, let's get into our last. We have returned to the question of the $20 billion investment. Now, the federal government has expressed optimism about attracting deeper investment from international oil companies following recent reforms in the oil and gas sector. Well, according to NNPCL Group CEO Bayo Ojulari, President Bola Tinubu's investment-friendly policies, executive orders, and the implementation of the Petroleum Industry Act (PIA) have already begun unlocking major capital inflows, with Shell investing over $7 billion in Nigeria within the past 18 months. Ojulari shared Shell's top global leadership visited Nigeria, and President Tinubu to appreciate the incentives introduced to boost investor confidence amid intense global competition for energy capital. He added that reforms have delivered tangible results, including Shell's completed onshore asset divestment, and disclosed that the president has approved targeted investment for the Bonga Southwest Deep Offshore Project to drive job creation, foreign exchange inflows, and sustained growth in Nigeria's oil and gas sector. I think that's a video of it on the screen, where the Shell top leadership paid a visit to the president. And if we can get an audio to it.
Mr. Okoro.
Impressed by is the talent that this country has, many of whom we are privileged to have in Shell, and many of whom work outside of Nigeria for Shell in multiple different locations. It is actually one of the largest groups of people working outside of their country is Nigerian staff who will come back one day and serve the country as well. As both the special advisor and the GCEO have said, we have really been in a space where...
Barrister, that's the leadership of Shell when they visited the president and recommended his economic policy. They said, look, we have invested $7 billion in the past 18 months and we have another plan to invest $20 billion in Nigeria. And they said, look, your economic policies are doing well. So how do you react to all of this? Like in 2 minutes, because we're out of time.
I disagree with all these things you are showing me here. Shell and their investment portfolio. Was there a breakdown? Did they break it down for me to understand where they are going? Which sector? Where are they going to apply those 20 billion? Probably it is in the upstream sector. Is that not true?
Okay.
Because Nigeria, they don't have the capacity to operate from there.
Okay.
Now, the upstream sector, what happened? They are going to suck your crude oil. Is that not what they came here to do?
They're not going to pay us.
And pay you what?
Okay.
You can imagine.
But joint venture now, joint venture
it is an insult that you cannot even mine the mineral resources that God gave you, your own natural resources. You call a foreign company to come and do it for you. Who is mining that of America? That of Saudi Arabia?
But apparently we don't have the technology.
Really, in this age and time, you cannot acquire it. But you can steal money up to 210 trillion.
No, that's why they are partnering with Shell. Joint venture. This is joint venture. We have joint venture.
They have been on it ever since Adam and Eve. It has been joint venture.
Okay.
And at a point, Nigeria wanted to cancel that joint venture because it is not in our favor. At a point. Okay, so, is that not true? Okay, so this thing they are telling you now, that they are publicizing. Let them break it down. Let us see where they will apply those money. What exactly are they going to do? To apply those money so that I'll be watching it, I will be taking a tab on them.
Okay.
The $7 billion naira, the $7 billion dollar, what do you call it?
The Bonga Southwest offshore project.
Good.
Drive job creation.
So what is it going to do? Is it not to carry crude oil?
But they will pay us. They will pay us.
Look at what they are saying. They will pay you. They will pay you. Oh, they will pay. Is that not what they pay you?
It's joint venture.
Really?
Are they going to walk away free with our oil resources?
This morning, a newspaper editorial is telling you that you have not taken advantage of your crude oil for decades.
Okay.
What does that tell you? That means foreign oil majors are the one chopping us. They are the one eating our resources.
Okay, so you don't believe in this investment?
I don't, because they have been here with us for how many years?
Barrister.
Oh, Ogoni, have they cleaned it up? This shape Shell. Mr. Okoro, have Shell cleaned Ogoni? Tell me, how many years have they been there? Have they been in Nigeria? What did they benefit us? What did they give us? No, tell me now. Well, I should be clapping for them.
Are you aware that at some point that there was a deal to 900 billion naira, for the cleanup of Ogoni?
Where is it now?
Shell contributed their own partnership, about 680 billion naira. Are you aware? It's the federal government that didn't fulfill their own counterpart.
The same this 20 billion. There is a counterpart funding from the federal government. There are things the federal government has to do. They will not do it.
I'm not aware of that. You brought up the Ogoni issue.
They will not
and I told you that Shell paid their own fund, the counterpart fund, amounting to about 680 billion naira. And the federal government didn't. So do you have to blame Shell or the federal government?
If they want to do it, nothing will encumber them. Okay. Nothing will stop them. Nothing. They want
Barrister,
when you want
we
to
are
do a
out
project,
of time.
you give it to those who will not do the job.
Unfortunately, we are out of time.
If you take the job of a mechanic and give to a plumber, what do you do?
We are out of time. Can we have your concluding thoughts in 30 seconds?
So, Shell, I am not celebrating you because you have been here over the years. I didn't see your impact in our economy.
All right, then. Thank you very much, Barrister
where you made your money.
This would be a good place to anchor this conversation. I've been speaking with Barrister Darlington Agomwo, lawyer and political affairs analyst. Now, on behalf of the backroom staff, talking about the technical director, the bus manager, the sound engineer, and the ingest manager, I am Chukwuma Okoro. Up next is Issues with Nena and Dimbuto. On top of the hour, 7 o'clock. Join us again. Bye for now.
In a world where power shakes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
When I first heard VOP, I thought they were talking about me because I'm a voice-over personality. But no, this is Voice of the People TV, and you are riveted forever because this is the place to be.
You guys, your boy Chela. Shout out to VOP TV. I love you guys.
Salut, salut tout le monde, Suspect 95. Là, on est sur VOP TV. On passe un bon temps. J'espère que vous kiffez. On est au Afrima. On est ensemble. VOP TV.
Don't see me like a fool because I don't do giddy giddy giddy. VOP, you don't know Stoneware from Ghana representing live and living color. Yeah, Bim Nation President. Outside with it. Bless up.
Hello, this is Milo from Ivory Coast. Keep watch Voice of the People TV. Regardez la voix du peuple, la télévision de la voix du peuple. Que Dieu vous bénisse. À très bientôt. Love you so much.
Hi guys, what's up? This is Gaze Baba. I am watching VOP TV. Usually you be told to not touch the dial, but I tell you to touch the dial and increase the volume. Like, keep it locked. It's Afro Gospel. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Shego Aronzo. You're watching VOP. Don't change the dial.
My Joe, fine girl. My Joe, fine babe. Yes, don't touch the dial. This is me, Dr. Adiwala Iba. Keep watching VOP TV.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejumo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utami.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin, and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us, and you deserve to be killed. Scrap charge. Don't be killed, but watch it, or I'll find you.
and I want you. And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV. So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I won't want you actually. I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that dial because VOP is the plot.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People television. VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Where we bring you the most important and pressing issues shaping our nation today. I am your host, Nenna Ndomdioto. Today on the issues, we're examining the complexities of Nigeria's politics and governance. From APC, the banking rumors of Tinubu-Shettima split, to Kwankwaso and NNPP, describing governor's exit as betrayal of trust. Also, Johasso insists federal government should be blamed for strike's effect on health care. And finally, Soludo orders 1 week shutdown of markets over Monday sit-at-home order. Join us as we break down the fact and provide context to help you stay informed. We'll take a short break, and when we return, we'll dig deeper into these topics. Don't go away. Glad to have you back. Let's dive straight into today's discussion. The All Progressive Congress, APC, has dismissed reports suggesting that Kashim Shettima, the vice president, could be replaced as President Bola Tinubu's running mate ahead of the 2027 general election. In a statement issued on Monday, APC's National Publicity Secretary Felix Morka described the report as baseless and unfounded. He dismissed the rumors, stressing that the Tinubu-Shettima partnership remains intact and that there is no internal discord over ticket arrangement. Morka said the window for political activities has not been opened, and the priority of the party is to support Tinubu and Shettima in delivering the administration's renewed hope agenda. APC officials insist that the ticket will be decided through party structures and that unity at the top remains a priority. Today, I'm delighted by two distinguished guests. Here in the studio, we have Dr. Peter Anosike. Dr. Anosike is a philosopher, development economist, and best-selling author. He's also an erudite commentator on economy, finance, politics, and power. He's also the author of the most talked about book titled Abuse of Power, How Democracy Turned into Tyranny of the Few. Thank you for joining us, sir.
Thank you for having me.
Yes, sir. And then joining us virtually, we have AGK Smith. He is an ICT expert and a political analyst. Glad to have you join us, AGK.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, you're welcome. Let me start with you. The Tinubu-Shettima split, you know, all through last week and 2 weeks ago, there have been some, I don't want to, I should call it rumors, or there have been some alleged rumors, alleged statements that there's a possibility that there will be no Muslim ticket, and the president is looking to get a Christian partner or a Christian running mate. And now the APC is coming out to say that no, this is not the case, and they are debunking this. What do you make of this?
First of all, I want to say to Nigerians that we have come to see that the Muslim ticket is not a problem at all. This administration has gone to show that even Christians have benefited more, if you ask me. So I think we should concern ourselves less about the Muslim ticket. Let's focus more on the achievements of the president, what he has done for the country, and what he intends to do going forward. And for the rumors, I do not think it is right for people to speculate on things like that, because you're not the member of the party, you're not the chairman of the party. You can't just wake up and say the party wants to take out the vice president, who has been very vibrant. And if that decision is to be taken, I think it's less in the sole feet of Mr. President to decide who is going to be his running mate going forward. And so far, I see no reason why Nigerians should waste their times on issues like that, on things that doesn't look to be true to me. If it's going to be true, it is very early to notice that it's still 2026, it's still January 26. We have 1 year ahead and more before the upcoming elections. I think approaching that time, we'll be able to say more. But for the now, I think all of those are still speculations.
Okay, while you were speaking, you made mention of the fact that Christians have benefited more from this administration. I wanted to throw more light, because many Nigerians would actually doubt that and actually question that particular statement.
If you look at the appointments Mr. President has made, you can't say that the Christians has not been favored. And look at FCT, for example. Even if the minister for FCT, Governor Nyesom Wike, is not an APC member, but he was appointed by the president. And if you ask me, he's about the most performing minister in this administration, and he's a Christian, and so much more into that. So I do not think we should be worried about the Muslim ticket. Believe me. In most organizations in the country, you see Christians holding good portfolios and all of that. The Minister for Works is also a Christian, and all of that. So the president has been able to find a balance. The wife himself is a pastor with the Redeemed Christian Church of God. So you can't say Mr. President has not balanced it. And if you ask me, I will say to you over and over again that the Christians has benefited very much more on this administration. Like right now, nobody is talking about the Muslim ticket. If you pay attention to the country, nobody in the country right now is talking about Muslim ticket. It's all gone with the elections. Now, we're talking about performance that is there, that is clear for all to see. And I want to say to you that Nigerians should not bother themselves about Muslim ticket or about anything that has to do with Shetima coming back for the second time with the president. Let us focus on the jobs ahead. Let us focus on the achievements ahead. Let us focus on what is going to better Nigerians and not put ourselves in this quagmire of what is going to happen next in vice presidency and all of that.
Okay, I still have some questions to ask you, but let me get back to the studios first and then get to hear Dr. Anosike's view about this. Then I will get back to you. Dr. Anosike, the APC, we know we've both talked about this particular thing, and that it was even from you that I first heard about this thing about the fact that there's a possibility that Shetima would not be the running mate of the president come 2027. And now we are seeing and then afterwards, we saw the list of names that came out. And then now APC has come out to debunk this. What do you make of this?
Well, the issue is this. Primaries will be coming around August, September. Understand? And what people contest is the president. Understand? When you go for convention, what people contest for is the president and not the vice president. The vice president is at the mercy of the presidential candidate of a party. So Shetima is at the mercy of Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Understand? So my friend in Abuja said that the president has been able to balance it. I don't agree. Understand? A population of Nigeria, Christian Muslims, is about 50-50. Understand? It's about 50-50. So having Christian Muslim president, Muslim vice president, and the Muslim, because Femi Bojabi Amina is a Muslim. So having a Muslim president, Muslim vice president, and a Muslim chief of staff, there is no balance there. Understand me? But what people vote mainly in an election is the president. Understand? What the vice does is to complement the president. An instance, if we have a Muslim president, that's presidential candidate, then a Christian vice presidential candidate, that to mobilize the Christians, as we have in Oshibajo and Buhari administration. So as I said, it is not people that will tell Tinubu whether Shetima will be there or not. But what we are seeing so far, understand? Even I read what's his name? The former speaker of Federal House of Representatives, Dogara,
okay,
saying that he's not
people should take him away from any speculations.
But he had been indicating interest even before all this thing started. Understand me? So the issue is it is Tinubu that will decide whether Shetima will be there or not. Not Felix Morka. Not Felix Morka. Understand me? So when Tinubu will have an automatic ticket, he will now know whether Shetima is a plus or minus for him.
Okay, plus or minus. Let me take my next question from that, your last statement. You're saying he would know if Shetima is a plus or minus. For you, would you say that Shetima being a running mate to the president come 2027 is a plus or a minus?
Shetima has been a governor for 8 years in Borno State. He has a strong political base, understand? And He helped Tinubu in 2023 to stabilize the government north and south. Understand me? But 2023 and 2027 is not going to be the same thing with this Christian genocide issue. Understand me? With this Christian genocide issue. Understand? So by August, September, we'll know what Tinubu have in mind.
Okay, and before I get back to our virtual guest, do you think that this quick rebuttal by APC, does it signal unity or anxiety about internal dissent amongst themselves?
No, there have been concerns, there have been worries. Mind you, up to today, Bishop Coup has not said anything about his name being among those being speculated. General Musa has not said, no, count me out. It's only Dogara that has done that. Understand me? So there is worries, there's speculations, understand? As they turn into weeks into months, we will know where Nigeria is headed.
Okay, let me come back to you, AGK. You know, usually there's an adage that says there's no smoke without fire. And, you know, with those names being speculated, I don't think Nigerians would not have just woken up and just, because we have so many Christians, right, in the country. We have so many Christians in high places or in places of authority. But some names were actually touted. Some names were brought forward. So don't you think that there's an altar of truth? Don't you think that there's something actually brewing? Even if your party, which is APC, is coming out to say no to it, and then there's nothing of such.
First of all, I am not an APC member. Okay. I am not a card-carrying member of the APC. But I'm a true Nigerian, and I have always tried to support every government of the day. And President Bola Ahmed Tinubu will not be an exemption. If you're a Nigerian, it is important, first of all, to be patriotic. And if you are patriotic, you look beyond party lines. You look ahead of what's possible to achieve, what's next after an election. And then when I see people, you know, attack the president from the first day he came into office, and you begin to wonder what's in there for them to gain, what's the benefit, because this is the country we all have. So if we attack the president from day one, from the day he came into office till now, there are people, they don't sleep. Their job is they go on into the internet, they look for every manner of information, they are spreading it out there just to disbalance demand. Even if you are an opposition party, I mean, running down your country is not the best way to be an opposition. So, Mr. President has done quite well, believe me. The media is not digging into that. The media is more interested in the negative angle of things, and it's not going to be of help to anybody. For me, I will always want good governance. When Jonathan was president, he was attacked. All rumors were coming around. When Obasanjo was there, it was same. Yaradua, may he so rest in peace. It was same. People wants to attack him and to know what's happening. And then Buhari came into power. It was same, you know. And now President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is here, and it has not changed. And I want to tell you, these rumors, like you said, there is no smoke without fire. When the opposition, if you ask me, I will say that the opposition are losing their plot. They are not. They don't see it coming. Like what's happening now in the country, a lot of people going into the APC, they do not see it coming that such a move will be happening. And this shows you how far Mr. President has gone. And the media, I want to come back to the media again, they are not trying to cover as much as the activities or the achievements of Mr. President. But I live in Abuja. I live in the center of Abuja. And I have my businesses across town. And I go to places. and I see the infrastructures being laid down by Nyesom Wike. I see all of that. And I said to you, my people, the president is working. He's doing what he's got to do. He is delivering on his promises. The only way to find out if this is true is when the media has put away sentiment and goes deep down to find out exactly the achievements of this president. There and then we'll know how far he's gone. And on the rumors, I want to say to you again, the opposition has lost their plot. You won't see anybody from the APC coming out to tell you that they want to move the vice president. You won't see anybody from the APC saying that. All these things you are hearing is from the opposition. And when you tackle a man from different angles and he's come to win you, you want to devise new means. And believe you me, for the now, there is nothing of such. I want to agree with my friend in the studio that Mr. President is the person who has the single power to say, I'm getting a new VP or I'm not. If he's getting a new VP, it's not going to be on the basis of Muslim tickets. No. If he's getting a new VP, it's not on the basis of he wants to have a Christian. No. When Osibanjo was there as Christian, or as vice president Christian, we saw what was happening. The killings in the north never stopped. In the southwest, it was the same. In the southeast, it was the same. In the south, the country was in quagmire. Now we have a Muslim ticket. Believe me, the introduction of Shetima into the presidency has gone a long way to even reduce the level of casualty or the level of trouble that Nigeria would have faced. Do not forget that the immediate past president, President Buhari, may he so rest in peace, is from Katsina. He is a general in the Nigerian army. During his time, there were so much crisis in Katsina. Even as we speak, Katsina is still trying to recover from all of those happenings. So you can't completely say that Mr. President is not doing enough. And you can't say that you need a Christian to be the vice president for all of this to happen. No. You need strategy. You need the will to implement policies. You need working policies. You need people on ground. Mr. President is one man. So he needs the collective efforts of all the governors, the 109 senators, the 360 House of Rep members, the local government chairman, the ward chairman. All of these people come together to form a government that can propel a nation to greater heights. And if people who should support the president are not doing that, rather they are equipping themselves with rumors, of a vice president this and a vice president that. It's not going to help them win the election in 2027. I want to say this, please indulge me, that if anybody wants to win this presidency in 2027, first of all, you need to develop a proper think tank that is going to outwork the president. You have a president who is in office, who is outworking the opposition in all ramifications. So it is very, very difficult to say. It is very, very difficult to say that the opposition is going to win the 2027 upcoming elections, Shetima or no Shetima, because the president is the principal actor of what is happening. And the man has taken the bull by the horn and he has delivered on promise and he keeps delivering. And so, let us avoid the Shetima or Muslim thing. Let us concentrate on the successes and the achievements Mr. President has achieved. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. While you were speaking, you said that since the administration of Tinubu, President Tinubu, and of course this Vice President Shetima, that the insecurity has actually been reduced compared to what it is during Buhari's time and, of course, as vice president. But many Nigerians would actually argue against that, because many Nigerians would actually say that this period, just these 2 years of President Tinubu's administration, we have seen heightened insecurity in the country. So many Nigerians would actually pitch their tent against what you're saying and not be in support of your statement. But anyways, let me ask you this question. What role do you think performance in office play in determining whether a joint ticket survives a second term bid? Do you think it's more about performance, or is it about just a choice, about as in the president's choice? Please unmute your device if you can hear me.
I will say to you one thing for sure. One thing for sure. The president is responsible for whatever that is happening. He staked his neck, his legacy, his dignity, his person. He's brought everything to the forefront of the Nigerian politics, all to achieve a purpose, to take Nigeria from where they are to a greater level, to give Nigeria a facelift. So if anybody is coming in, if there is going to be any change, whatever that is going to happen in any form or manner, I believe Mr. President is solely responsible for that fact. Of course, there are party faithfuls who also play their roles. There are other stakeholders who play their roles. There are godfathers in different dimensions. But Mr. President remains the principal actor and the final decision taker on whatever it is that's going to make Nigeria, the APC, and the country to achieve purpose.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Let's move on to our next conversation. A former Kano State Governor, national leader of the Kwankwasia movement, Rabiu Kwankwaso, has criticized the defection of his political protege, Governor Abba Yusuf, alongside key elected officials in the state from the new Nigeria People's Party, NNPP. Kwankwaso, while speaking to supporters, described the defection as an act of betrayal, stating that January 23 should be declared as the World Day of Betrayal. Also, the new Nigeria People's Party, NNPP, has described Yusuf's resignation from the party as a betrayal of the trust reposed in him by the people of Kano State. Recall that the governor, alongside 22 lawmakers from the Kano State House of Assembly, defected to the ruling All Progressive Congress. The governor hinged his decision on the internal challenges rocking the party. Let me come to you first, Dr. Anosike. What do you make of this move by Governor Abba? You know, some persons would say that it looks like he has been able to cut off from the apron of his godfather. Is that what it is?
Well, for me, that's the way human beings are created. We always look outward instead of inward. Understand? Kwankwaso should have a sober reflection, because Yusuf moved with the entire State House of Assembly. Understand? Which means he is not in control. Understand me? He should have asked himself, why did these people move? What am I doing wrong? Why am I losing respect? Why am I losing influence? Understand me? So he should have started from himself. Understand? Why did this person defect? What did I do wrong? Because it means that because for now, Kwankwaso up to today, from 2015, understand, when he was the governor of Kano State under PDP and defected to APC, which made Buhari to win, because that 2015, Kano got 2 million votes, the highest in the country for APC, understand? So he was the alpha and omega in Kano State. But what we have seen now, he has lost Kano. So he should have asked himself questions, understand? Then for the governor, betrayal or no betrayal, our constitution says that freedom of association. Understand? So what he did is recognized by the constitution. Understand? Constitution does not pigeonhole you anywhere. When you lose influence, your disciples will move. So Kwankwaso begins to make movement that is even doubting himself. Excuse me. Today he's talking of joining APC. Tomorrow he's talking of remaining in NNPP. The next day he's talking of other political parties. So when this is happening, people will be suspecting you. Are you serious at all? Do you really know what you are doing? So what I see is that Kwankwaso, people lost confidence in him. If not, there's no way Yusuf, who is a prodigy of Kwankwaso, who have moved with all the State House of Assembly members, because it was a tough battle between APC under Ganduje and a new party, NNPP, and Yusuf won on the influence of Kwankwaso. So Kwankwaso showed his supremacy in Kanu by bringing a governor that defeated a ruling party. But now, that thing is no more there. So he should start by blaming himself.
So first, you're saying that he's actually the reason for whatever it is that is happening in Kano State at the moment.
He lost influence in Kanu.
Okay, but let me ask you, do you think that, okay, with this development, are you saying that there's no possibility for Kwankwaso to actually, or Kwankwaso or the Kwankwasia movement or NNPP as a party to take back the governorship seat from the incumbent governor?
One, like I said in the morning, Kwankwasia is a product of Aminu Kanu, who formed the PRP and was the most popular person in Kanu, politically speaking. Understand? So the Kwankwasia are the ordinary people, or the mass movements, understand? Or the grassroots. These are the people that vote. Understand? So in the next election, people are likely there will be sympathy for him, because this is the message that he's going to be sending everywhere.
There will be sympathy for who? For the governor?
Kwankwaso.
Okay, Kwankwaso, okay.
Or the message is going to be betrayal. I brought this guy up and he betrayed me. Understand? And that will attract sympathy for him. But it's going to be a very tough battle in Kanu, because Kanu is already divided. Mind you, there are two emirs in Kanu as we speak, Sanusi and Ade Bayero, backing NNPP and backing APC. So Kanu have been deeply or divided. So, and I don't know, as things stand now, where Sanusi belongs to. Understand? But as time goes on, we will know. But he should start by blaming himself.
So what does this defection portend for the future of Kano when in terms of politics?
Well, in Nigeria, we have what is called that's 5 swing states, understand? Which is Kanu, Lagos, Port Harcourt, Kanu, Lagos, Rivers, understand? Bauchi, then Kaduna, understand me? So as we see now, these swing states and the governors are now, apart from Bauchi, that still has a PDP governor. The governors in the other, that APC is now in control of the other 4 swing states. Understand? So it is going to be a tough battle come 2027.
Wow. Let me come back to you, AGK. You know, with this defection of Governor Yusuf or Governor Abba, how does it reflect the current state of politics in Nigeria, particularly in terms of party loyalty? We see people who were elected in a party, and then you see them move from one party to the other, just like the NNPP said. The NNPP said this is like a betrayal of trust, that the trust that was reposed on him by the Kano people, because the Kano people voted NNPP into power. And now we've seen the governor, he's not leaving that party. Because really, in the ballot paper, you don't get to see any individual. What you get to see is the party logo. And now the people of Kano voted NNPP into power. And now we are seeing the governor move. So what does this, tell us about Nigerian politics in general?
Okay, I want to make some few corrections, and then, of course, to support some issues with regards to the last speaker. The country political system is in a certain form as we speak, and people are moving from one political party to the other, and they move for different reasons. Kano is a different kind of a state. And then if you want to win election in the north, you need to win Kano. It's very important. But the governor who has defected now to the APC, I must tell you, if I have to be honest with myself, amongst everyone who has defected from one political party to APC, I think he has the most uncalled for reason. His reasons are not legitimate to me. You have no reason for NNPP is not Labour Party where you have crises, court cases, and all. Whatever is happening within the NNPP is something that happens in every family. So the governor defecting to APC is not the right move, if you ask me. And he went with all House of Rep members, Senate, all House of Rep members, and every elected individual under the NNPP to the APC. So if he's moving for that same reason, what are the reasons for others? But at the same time, this call to bear the strength of Mr. President, his ability to woo people, because it's politics. And that is one thing I need us to have into consideration. In politics, it's always permanent interest.
Okay.
It's always about permanent interest. People move for interest. The 2027 election would teach that man a lesson. Of course, now in the APC in Kano State, he's going to be there with Ganduje and some other top heads of APC who are already in Kano. So it's not going to be as easy as he thinks it's going to be. Part of the reason why he met Mr. President, I think. So let's see how it plays on in the upcoming days and weeks coming.
Okay, let me come back to Dr. Peter before I move to the next conversation. While he was talking, he said that shows, I'm trying to, from paraphrasing at the moment, and that shows the powers of our president when it comes to, getting people, winning people, or wooing people to his side. But would you actually see it that way? Because some persons have actually said that this is like the president wanting to make our nation a one-party state. Why are you getting almost all governors, and we don't even know what you're dangling over their heads to ensure that these governors come to you? But do you really think that this would, is the APC consolidating national dominance with all of this that is playing out now? Well,
I have told you on this program that we can never have a one-party state in Nigeria. Understand? PDP had dominance for 16 years, 1999 to 2015. No champion states forever. So now APC is having its own dominance, which, as I told you, might end in 2027 or 2031. Understand? So no champion stays there forever. But in Kanu, if Kwankwaso was getting his politics right, there's no way Yusuf will have moved, because Yusuf and Ganduje are not the best of friends. Understand? If you have to talk of friendship, Kwankwaso and Ganduje expanded more, because Ganduje was Kwankwaso's deputy governor. Understand? So for me, Kwankwaso lost influence because he made a lot of mistakes. He wasn't steady. And when you are not steady, people misread you. You lose trust on people. Understand? You lose trust on people. So that could be the reason. And again, what we are hearing, if a governor defects from a party a different party to APC, the governor will become the leader of the party in that state. So which means Yusuf is now going to get the famous 001 in Kanu, which means Ganduje is going to be his subject. How they will now empower is what we will see as days go by.
You know, some persons actually said that one of the reasons that's just to prepare the ground for these defections from Kano, Ganduje was kind of, relegated or moved away from how would I put it? Moved away from
the picture.
From the picture, and then from being a major political player, and then so that he can, create this room for these defections to come in. Do you think that's the case here?
Well, Ganduje was given a DG position, understand me? So, but the governor is more influential. So it will be easier to sacrifice Ganduje than the governor, who is in control of the state purse, the state resources.
Okay, let's move on to the last conversation for tonight. We are moving on to what is happening in Anambra State, where Governor Chukwuma Soludo has announced a 1-week shutdown of the main market in response to repeated sit-at-home orders disrupting commerce. The action follows repeated defiance by traders at the popular Onitsha market to open for business on Mondays, despite government directives and warnings to disregard the sit-at-home order imposed by non-state actors. Governor Chukwuma Soludo says the week-long closure of the main market is aimed at toughening enforcement and curbing the negative economic impact of prolonged sit-at-home directives. The governor disclosed that the government cannot stand by while a few individuals willfully undermine public safety and disregard official directives meant to restore normalcy. I'm glad that my two guests are Igbos. So, because I really want to get your perspective on this. But let me first come to you, AGK. What do you make of this move by the governor? Do you think that is actually, would you applaud the move? Do you think that is a step in the right direction?
Our listeners, I will say that Governor Soludo is in a very high speed to overtake Mbadu Nuju as the worst governor of Anambra State. He's in a very high speed, and by the time he is done, he will be the worst governor that Anambra has ever produced. You want to fight a people, the IPOP members who are imposing this sit at home, you know them. You know where they stay. You know where they live. But you are not going for them because they have guns. They have things to defend themselves with. But you go to traders, to a market that has been there before they married your mom. You tell them that you will shut them down, that you will bring bulldozer to bulldozer the market. If they don't comply, they are going to shut them down and open up on Monday. Meanwhile, there are banks in the same state. If you go to that same Onitsha, there are banks there. If you go to Nnewi on the bank road, there are all there. There are other top government establishments who are there that do not work on Monday. They close for that Monday, not because of Not that they do not want to respect the government directives, but because the Anambra State government is not able to provide adequate security. A man will be going from his home to the said shop, and he will be attacked on his way. Soludo is not there to provide security. And now you go to the market, you say, I'm going to shut it down. Soludo is going to end the reign of Apga in Anambra State, I tell you. By the time he's done, there will be no more Apga.
Okay.
Because what he is doing is totally contrary to what there are better ways to tackle these issues. If you feel that the people are not obeying the government directive, provide adequate security. Now you have moved the army, the police, and all of that to the market. When was the last time you moved those people to the market to provide security? You didn't do that. You brought Udo Gachi that is killing people, that is doing mayhem, and you didn't bring the same Udo Gachi now. You want to bring the army and the police. It means you know where they are. So the governor should be more concerned about the security of the people. The governor should know that the people in the market are worried for their lives. Okay. There is no true life. When you kill a man on his way to the market, he is gone. His wife and children will be in quagmire. So what is he doing about security? Let him do that first. And before he can now talk about shutting down the market. And he can't do it. Just watch and see what will happen. He can't do that. He doesn't... He's not the Alpha and Omega of Anambra State. He's only a governor. And after 4 years, he's gone.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's hear Dr. Anosike's view about this. Do you think that what Governor Soludo is doing is what he should be doing? Is that how to fight the sit-at-home really?
You know, for me, just like what I said before, that the way human brain is wired, we always look outward instead of inward. One, those people shutting down their markets on Mondays are not happy doing that. This is what everybody should know. Every businessman wants to go to his business. So those who are shutting down their market on Monday are not happy doing that. But why are they doing it? They don't want to die. So the question is this: if there's security, they will not have shut down the market. If there's security, they will not have shut down all the market. So the question is, did Soludo provide security? Because those traders are not government workers. They're not working for government. They are working for themselves. So if they don't come to market, they are doing themselves, not the market. You cannot force somebody go to the market and open shop. You cannot force somebody go to the market and open shop. So if Soludo has provided security, it's now left to them to go and open shop or don't go and open shop, because it is their personal business. They are not happy observing the sit at home. I have seen in Enugu, where the two children are going to school, some people were beating them that go back. Understand? And the governor will be walking around with a security man, and now telling the people without even a cutlass that to go out, and it doesn't work. So assuming it is government office that shut down, those people, government pays them salaries, but these are private businesses. Understand me? So what the step that Soludo took is condemnable. It is very, very wrong. If there are security, those people will not have closed shop. So the problem is Soludo, not the traders.
Okay.
Understand me? The problem is Soludo, not the traders, because the traders are not happy closing their shops. That's where they make their daily income.
Okay, before I go back to the EJK, let's have your concluding thoughts, and then I'll go back to EJK for his own concluding thoughts on the discussions we have had today.
So on this issue of Soludo, because it is what concerns the average Igbo man. An average Igbo man values his shop more than his house. An average Igbo man will pay rent of his shop and owe his landlord. Understand me? So that is the mentality of Igbo people. So Southeast governors, if they want it at home to stop, they should provide security. Once there's adequate security that I can go to my shop and go home, nothing will happen to me, I will keep on opening my shop.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. Ejike, let's have your final thoughts on any of the issues we've discussed tonight before we go. In 1 minute, please.
That I'm less worried about what Soludo is saying because it's not going to happen. Just watch out in a few days and see what happens next. I'm more concerned on the national issues when it comes to Mr. President. And I'm saying the media, the people of Nigeria should look inward and see the achievements of Mr. President in this couple of years he's been there and concern themselves more on the progress ahead rather than talking about the vice president or not the vice president and the Muslim and non-Muslim ticket.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Ejike, for joining us virtually all the way from Abuja. And thank you very much. You're welcome. And thank you very much, Dr. CK, for being with us.
Thank you for having me.
Yes, sir. That's what we have for today's episode of The Issues. We explore the challenges facing Nigeria's politics and, of course, governance. Thank you for being a part of it. Don't forget to tune in next time for more in-depth analysis and discussion. Follow us on social media to stay up to date on the latest news and insight. Until next time, stay informed. Remember that the views and opinions expressed by our analysts are solely their own and do not reflect that of VOP Media. I am Nnenna Ndomdioto. This has been The Issues on Voice of the People Television, where the future faces forward. Please don't forget to stay tuned for Hashtag with Vivian by 8 p.m. Don't go away.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day,
The grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
When I first heard VOP, I thought they were talking about me because I'm a voiceover personality. But no, this is Voice of the People TV, and you are riveted forever because this is the place to be.
Yo guys, your boy Chella. Shout out to VOP TV. I love you guys.
Salut, salut tout le monde, Suspect 95. Là, on est sur VOP TV. On passe un bon temps. J'espère que vous kiffez, on est au Afrima. On est ensemble, VOP TV.
Don't see me like a fool because I don't do giddy giddy giddy. VOP, you don't know Stoneware from Ghana representing live and living color. Yeah, Beam Nation President. Outside with it. Bless up.
Hello, this is Milo from Ivory Coast. Keep watch Voice of the People TV. Regardez la voix du peuple, la télévision de la voix du peuple. Que Dieu vous bénisse. À très bientôt. Love you so much.
Hi guys, what's up? This is Gaze Baba. I am watching VOP TV. Usually you be told to not touch the dial, but I tell you to touch the dial and increase the volume. You're like, keep it locked. It's Afro Gospel. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Shego Arunze. You're watching VOP. Don't change the dial.
My Joe, fine girl. My Joe, fine babe. Only are you, but on the Fuji Monsoon. Yes, don't touch the dial. This is me, Dr. Adiwala Iba. Keep watching VOP TV.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejumo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, I'm looking for good entertainment. You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us. And you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it. Or I'll find you. And I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I want to actually, I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that dial because VOP is the plot.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. VOP TV. Now you have more.
And here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
My name is Made Kuti and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV.
Welcome, guys. The show is Hashtags right here on VOP TV. This is where I get to tell you all things trending and all things topical. My name is Vivian Oguche, and it's a pleasure to have you hang out with us. I say us because it's a whole team, those you see on air and those who are backstage trying to ensure that all things work well. Now, without further ado, we're going to hit the ground running. Oh, hey, if this is your first time, accept a warm welcome from us. So, guys, you remember how towards the end of 2025, there was allegedly a coup d'etat. We had major publications like Premium Times report it, but government or authorities came out to say that no, there was nothing like that. There was no attempt at regime change and all of that. But shortly afterwards, we heard that a number of soldiers had been arrested, and they were arrested because they were how will I say it now? That they did not follow procedures. That's what the authorities said. Fast forward to 2026, I'm talking about today. This is breaking news, guys. The DHQ has finally admitted that there was an attempt at removing President Tinubu, that there was a coup d'etat, an attempted coup d'etat at the end of 2025. And of course, netizens are reacting. A number of publications have disposed. We're going to take a look at them one after the other. The DHQ also has a statement. We're going to be bringing that to you. Let's take a look. So the People's Gazette says, coup, Nigerian military officers arrested to be court-martialed for attempting to overthrow Tinubu government says. To overthrow Tinubu's government, says DHQ. Let me take it again. Nigerian military officers arrested to be court-martialed for attempting to overthrow Tinubu's government, says DHQ. The DHQ noted that officers involved in the plot will be charged in accordance with military judicial regulations. The Pulse also has this one. Let's take a look at the next post now by the Pulse. So Pulse Nigeria says, yes, there was truly an attempted coup against President Tinubu. After first denying, the Nigerian Armed Forces have just confirmed it. Findings have identified the officers with allegations of plotting to overthrow the government. They will be arraigned to face trial, is what Pulse Nigeria is saying. Let's take a look at the next post. Also, Daily Trust. These are elite publications. Daily Trust says, breaking, military finally admits coup plot against Tinubu. Netizens are saying, of course, we knew it happened, that they were not even taking the denials for granted. Let's take a look at the reactions now. Divine says, people already knew right from the day they denied it. Anything Nigerian government denies, just know it's true. I Occupy Nigeria says, by the way, which one na AFN? Now coup plotters where they use acronyms. And then he says AFN, SMC, AFRC, PRC. Are you scratching your head and wondering what I Occupy Nigeria is saying? I think he's reacting to the statement put up by the DHQ. You're going to really understand it in a short while. AFN, by the way, means the Armed Forces of Nigeria. And now each year says, nothing stays hidden forever. The next one. So CPU Prosper says, this is a sign of confidence in the military's position in Nigeria. The arm of the Federation should defend this publication that it is not true. I'm trying to wrap my head around what CPU is saying. But hey, Raji says, we all know it was true. Mr. Ebony says, did anyone doubt it? Sadon says, interesting. Let's take a look at the next one now. So this is Leon. Leon says, stop the lies. There was no coup anywhere. Once it becomes clear that people are angry about this government, you will bring up this coup issue. And then New Ben says, are they not supposed to tender an unreserved apology for deceiving and lying to Nigerians? And then Aliu says, it's all right. Frank says, another distraction. Una don dey target the remaining middle belt officers who remain for army. Do you guys understand why Frank is saying this? Because allegedly a number of officers from the middle belt, talking about the North Central, were fingered in the coup d'etat. Let's take a look at the next post. So this is the DHQ now, Defense Headquarters, Nigeria. It will be recalled that the Defense Headquarters issued a press statement in October 2025 regarding the arrest of 16 officers over acts of indiscipline and breaches of service regulations. The Armed Forces of Nigeria, AFN, that is what I Occupy Nigeria is talking about, wishes to inform the general public that investigations into the matter have been concluded and the report forwarded to appropriate superior authority in line with extant regulations. The comprehensive investigation process conducted in accordance with established military procedures has carefully examined all circumstances surrounding the conduct of the affected personnel. The findings have identified a number of the officers with allegations of plotting to overthrow the government, which is inconsistent with the ethics, values, and professional standards required of members of the AFN. The concluding part of that post now, let's take a look at it. And it says, accordingly, those with cases to answer will be formally arraigned before appropriate military judicial panel to face trial in accordance with the Armed Forces Act and other applicable service regulations. This ensures accountability while upholding the principles of fairness and due process. The AFN reiterates that measures being taken are purely disciplinary and part of ongoing institutional mechanisms to preserve order, discipline, and operational effectiveness within the ranks. The armed forces remain resolute in maintaining the highest standards of professionalism, loyalty, and respect for constitutional authority. And it is signed Sumaila Uba, Major General Director of Defense Information, and it just dropped today. So there you go, guys. The plot is beginning to open up. This is a classical Pandora's box being opened, I can tell you that. Lots of reactions, and we're going to wait to see how lawyers to these soldiers now are going to be, unveiling what they have in their sleeves. Because we saw SAN, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, Femi Falana, who said, look, was there a coup d'etat or wasn't there a coup d'etat? This was just over the weekend. Are you sure it wasn't his comments that even prompted them to drop this? Because he said, look, if these soldiers actually attempted a regime change, and he acknowledges that that is not acceptable in a democracy, if that happened, then charge them to court instead of just, keeping them in a jail where nobody knows anything about them. So I can tell you that this is the beginning of this matter. And as it unfolds, we'll keep you posted. Let's quickly take a look at another unfolding story, which is the FCTA. You might want to call it the FCTA striking out worker strike. Yes. So all is definitely not well with FCT Minister Nyesom Wike. We heard that he had to disguise himself and stealthily run out of his office today because workers under his immediate constituency, workers were today striking over unpaid salaries and welfare that is not welfare. Let me just put it that way. This is me paraphrasing now. So lots of videos for you to watch, so I'm not going to sermonize over this one now. Let me take you to X so you see how this one is panning out. Hashtag FCTA workers strike. Let's do it. Yeah. So truthfully says Femi Falana, SAN, in court this morning in solidarity with striking FCTA workers. And then truthfully says Wike is in a big mess this time around. Now, do we know if Femi Falana is actually in solidarity with the striking workers, or maybe he was just going about his business? Well, your guess is as good as mine. But truthfully, put up this video. Take a look, guys. Can we take a look at the next post now? Because it's going to be one post, one video. One post, one video. It is hashtag FCTA workers strike. Let's take a look at the next post now. This is Arise News, and it says union workers intercept Wike's convoy at FCTA Secretariat back gate. Members of the Joint Unions Action Committee and the Nigerian Union of Teachers attempted to block Federal Capital Territory Minister Nyesom Wike's convoy as he exited the FCTA Secretariat via the rear entrance in what appeared to be an effort to prevent his departure. Take a look, guys, at this video.
Gentlemen, Wike is on the run. Staffs are following him. Wike is on the road, gentlemen. Wike is on the road. The staffs are following him. He's on the run. Guys, he's on the run. The Honorable Minister is on the run. Staffs are following him. He's on the run. Guys, Honorable Minister is on the run. He's on the run. The Honorable Minister is on the run, guys. He has run. He's on the run, guys. The Honorable Minister is on the run. Wike is on the run. Gentlemen, Wike is on the run. Gentlemen, Wike is on the run, gentlemen. Wike is on the run. Gentlemen, Wike is on the run. He's on the run. Gentlemen, he's on the run. Gentlemen, the Honorable Minister of FCT is on the run. Guys, the staffs are following, you know. I can't run anymore. He's on the run. The FCT Minister is on the run. Guys, he's on the run. He ran from the other gate. He's gone now. He's on the run. He's on the run. He has... He don't go back. He's on the run, gentlemen. He has run. The Honorable Minister has run away. He can't face the staffs. Gentlemen, he run. He can't meet with the staff. He run away. Gentlemen, the minister has run. He has run away. The Honorable Minister has run away. He has run away. The Holy, he has run.
I'm almost speechless. I do not know what to say. I don't know if I'm going to say, oh my gosh, or is this actually happening? But guys, did you predict you were ever going to see a day like this where the FCT minister will have to sneak out the back door because his staffers are pursuing him over unpaid salaries or emoluments or whatever? It is unbelievable. I can tell you that. And netizens are going to be expressing this as well. But we have one more post and one more video before we take a look at the reactions. But gosh, things definitely are not all right with the FCT minister, Nyesom Wike. Like you kept hearing the guy in the commentary there. But let's take a look at the next post now, shall we? Hashtag FCTA workers strike. So this is Dami Adenuga, who is also very, very active online. He says, Wike reportedly left his office through the back gate without a siren as striking FCTA staff pursued him, shouting, "Ole, ole." Guys, did you catch the ole, ole part? In case you didn't that first time, just take a listen. They are calling the FCT minister that.
See Wike sneaking out. See him running. See him running out. See him sneaking out. See him sneaking out. See Wike sneaking out. See him running. See him running. Ole, 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 ole.
But so there you go. You know what ole means, guys? It is thief. How did they even get to this level is the question I'm asking, and not just me. Lots of people online. In fact, some netizens were asking, is this for real? Some were asking Grok, is this for real? Of course, it's real. Now, let's begin to take a look at reactions now. And I can tell you this happened today in the FCT. This is Stephen Gerald. Who's Stephen Gerald? Are you kidding me? Stephen Gerald of Liverpool or what now? I'm not sure. But Stephen Gerald says, publicly humiliating a sitting minister, shouting, "Ole, ole," and forcing him to sneak out through a back gate without a siren crosses every line of decency and professionalism. Peaceful protest is a right, but mob action, intimidation, and ridicule are not. Such behavior undermines a civil service ethics, weakens respect for public institutions, and pushes legitimate demands into the gutter. If there are issues with Minister Wike's leadership, there are lawful and civilized channels to address them, not chaos and public shaming or shouting ole in a public or in public. It is not acceptable. King P-Bat Food Soldier says, Nigerians can easily believe anything as long as they don't like the person. If I ask you guys now, wetin Wike do you or your family will make you hate him, you don't have any reason. We need to wake up as a nation. So these are a couple of reactions, netizens who are not very happy with the way this whole thing is panning out. But let's continue to take a look at more reactions. It's actually different strokes for different folks. Great says one day the youth of this country will chase all of them out of the office. More reactions? So, Dion Saint says, is this normal or am I missing something? You amiibos. Oba Fort Hacker says, one day, it go sup for this country, wallahi. They play, it go soon sup. Hunger na your mate. And Sammy Damilola says, seems there may be hope, Niger. So Sammy is saying this is actually a hopeful event. Well, let's see how that goes. More reactions? So Flody says, he go settle them soon. As usual, them go forget. Lex J says his downfall is getting closer. Loki Bet says, let's keep warming up like this and not stop. So you see, it is some for and some against. Some people are actually interpreting this to be the beginning of the end for the FCT minister because just last week, I think it was Friday, we saw a number of youths from the APC who actually were in the APC holding placards. Wike must go. The same thing happened here today, and they were asking President Tinubu to sack the FCT minister. So some people are adding one and one together and saying this probably might be as a result of what's playing out in Wike's home state, talking about River State and his, beef with his former godson, Siminalayi Fubara. Well, we keep our fingers crossed to see how this particular one pans out. Let's move on now to the next hashtag, shall we? Yeah. The next one is hashtag Soludo. I'm talking about Professor Charles Soludo. He is governor of Anambra State, and something, something serious really happened today and is trending online. So Easterners, a number of Easterners, traders, were observing the normal, what has come to be normal in that part of the country, Monday sit at home, and the governor paid a visit to traders in Onitsha market and decided to close down the market for 1 week because they were participating in the Monday sit at home. And he said, if you don't stop it, the next time you do it again, I'm not just going to shut the market down for 1 week, it's going to be 1 month. So some netizens are saying, you won't force people go market or stuff like that. But some are also saying, there must be a reason why the governor is doing what he's doing. Some are also saying, look, negotiate, don't use brute force. Let me take you to X now so you see the post and then the video and then the reactions. It is hashtag Soludo. Yeah, the first post now. This is Chooks, who's also very active online, always bringing us breaking news, says, Governor Chukwuma Soludo this morning ordered a 1 week shutdown of Onitsha main market over traders' compliance with the Monday sit-at-home order, warning of a longer closure if they fail to reopen. Security agencies have sealed the market to enforce the directive. Guys, no trading in this market for 1 full week, starting today. Take a listen.
Yes. And the rules are that markets are open Monday to Saturday. If you are not prepared to open your shops Monday to Saturday, then leave Anambra, go to elsewhere. Simple. Period. Okay? So, this market will be shut down for the remainder of this week. It will not be open tomorrow. It will not be open on Wednesday. It will not be open on Thursday. It will not be open on Friday. It will open again on Monday. And if we come on Monday, you want what? Yes. And the rules are that markets are open Monday to Saturday. If you are not prepared to open your shops Monday to Saturday, then leave Anambra, go to elsewhere.
Simple.
Period. Okay?
Right, so that is the governor of Anambra State, Professor Charles Soludo, talking to traders, and you saw them responding, or you could hear them responding. They were at the background and all. The camera wasn't on them. But I think there was an attempt at some form of conversation. I don't think that panned out well. But not, like I said earlier, a number of netizens are saying he should actually try to see if they can come, to a compromise, come to something like an agreement between two parties to ensure that this whole works for all parties involved. Let me take you to X now so you see how netizens are reacting to this particular hashtag Soludo, which is also appearing as a hashtag IPOP, also appearing as hashtag sit at home. Let's take a look at the first reaction. Yeah, MS says Soludo should handle this matter delicately as it has security implications for those that defy the sit at home order. Closing the market is not the solution as it is preventing the traders from earning a living. Guys, listen to Eme. I think this is worthy of a second take. Let me take it again. Eme says Soludo should handle this matter delicately as it has security implications for those that defy the sit-at-home order. In other words, some are doing it because if they don't do it, they might be harmed. That's what Eme is saying. And then Eme goes on to say, closing the market is not a solution as he is preventing the traders from earning a living. Nkeru says, you are avoiding the real issue. Why is the sit-at-home in the first place? Is the million-dollar question Nkeru is asking. More reactions. Yeah, this is Beth Yu, who says, will he force people to come to the market? MK says, strong move from Soludo. A one-week shutdown is a clear message. Economic sabotage can't be normalized. Hopefully, this pushes traders to reopen and restores normalcy in Onitsha. Senator Obi says, closing the market for the week will not solve anything. You cannot force me to open my shop when I don't want to. This isn't fair. And Peter Obi's trumpeter says, this is not a matter you deal with force. Never. Many people have tried and failed. Governor, you can't achieve any result with force. Negotiations and meetings will do better. But I'm looking at this from a totally different angle. So what would traders and buyers do in this instance, since this market, which is a major one, will be shut down for 1 week? We'll probably look for option B, and some will probably have to travel to longer distances to, buy food or essentials. I'm hoping that this doesn't spiral out of control and that eventually the governor and the people will be able to come to a round table and make headway. Yeah. On that note, we move on to hashtag Betrayal Day. NNPP chieftain, so I don't even know if I can call him an NNPP chieftain, because once upon a time, the NNPP sacked him. So where is he actually? Is he in a party or is he not in a party? But he keeps talking about the NNPC, as his constituency. But hey, this is what's happening. Former governor of Kwara State, Kwankwaso, has declared January 23 Betrayal Day. And it's all because of what once upon a time, his own ally, once upon a time, talking about Governor Abba Yusuf, once upon a time was Kwankwaso's ally. But it looks like the cookie is beginning to crumble. Abba Yusuf last week resigned from the NNPP. Does that mean he's no longer a member of the Kwankwasiya movement? I just leave that to you. Just let it sink in a little bit. But then he resigned from the NNPP, citing internal wrangling, destabilizing leadership, both at the national and the state level. And so today is already all over that he has decamped to the APC. A number of people said they saw that coming because not too long ago, about 5-6 days ago, he was in a closed-door meeting with President Tinubu. So it looked like people already put one and one together to give them two. Now, his ally, Kwankwaso, who ensured that he flew on the platform of the party, NNPP, that brought him to power as the governor of Kano State, is not happy, or seems like it's not happy over the move, and he's saying he has been betrayed and has named January 23 Betrayal Day. But netizens are saying no. These two people are just trying to play Nigerians, that this is stage managed, that Kwankwaso is actually in bed with Yusuf and in bed with President Tinubu, and they're trying to, deceive Nigerians, is what they're saying. But this is not me, right? This is netizens talking. So let me just take you to X now so you see their posts and how netizens are reacting to it. Yeah. #Betrayal Day. Emeka Ike took this from Nigerian Affairs Journal, and it says, today, as the leader of this movement, I declared the 23rd of January as Betrayal Day. We believe that day should be permanently recorded in history to ensure global awareness of betrayal and the breaking of trust exists. Rabiu Kwankwaso, a former governor of Kano State, reacting to Governor Abba Yusuf's defection to the APC. This was put up on the 24th of January. It happened over the weekend. Now, let's take a look at the next post. So this is Nigerian Affairs Journal reporting on that matter. Says, today, as the leader of this movement, I declare the 23rd of January as Betrayal Day. We believe that day should be permanently recorded in history to ensure global awareness of betrayal and the breaking of trust exists. NNPP leader, now that is contestable. It is debatable whether he is an NNPP member or not. It's just like Wiki and Fayoshe. We don't know if they're in the PDP or not. Well, NNPP leader Rabiu Kwankwaso speaks on Governor Abba Yusuf's resignation from NNPP and his planned defection to the APC. Well, it's no longer planned. He has officially defected to the APC. So netizens are responding. Let's take a look. So James says, wait a minute. So Kwankwaso wasn't in support of Abba, the governor, moving to APC? Is the million-dollar question netizens are asking. The next one. So Oba says, I still don't trust this man. It looks like it's all planned. So you see the trajectory this is taking, right? Netizens are saying, these two people, they know what they are doing. They are working together. The next one. So Farmer Aki Alabi says, this man is playing a big chess. I like him. And you know the thing about chess, yeah, it is highly cerebral. It takes a lot of brain power to play that game. Feigning 11, I hope I got that right. Feigning, tomatoes, potatoes. Fanning says he has been demystified, talking about Kwankwaso. The next one. So Bugsy says they are both acting a script. The next one. Loaded Plug says Abba can't deliver Kano to APC. Not possible. Kwankwaso holds down Kano 100%. And then he goes on to say, can we remove the #Betrayal Day so we can read the last sentence? Yeah, thank you. And then Loaded Plug goes on to say, combination of Ganduje, Jibril, and Abba can't defeat Kwankwaso. Well, this sounds like, ominous. But hey, Eli Akim says, see how he is smiling while playing the script. Dan Hover says, the day you understand in politics that interest is the guiding principle, the rest, Najara. Hamza Abdullahi says, Kwankwaso's son resigns as Kano Commissioner for Youth and Sports. So this is the latest development. And this makes me want to think twice. If this is happening, if Kwankwaso's son is resigning from Governor Abba Yusuf's administration, then maybe all is really not well between Governor Yusuf and Kwankwaso. So Hamza says Mustafa Rabiu Kwankwaso, son of former Kano governor and NNPP national leader, Senator Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso, has resigned as Honorable Commissioner for Youth and Sports Development and member of the Kano State Executive Council under Governor Abba Kabir Yusuf. In a statement released today, Mustafa Rabiu Kwankwaso announced his resignation with the following words, quote, it is with a heavy heart that I announce my resignation as Honorable Commissioner, Ministry of Youth and Sports Development and member of the Kano State Executive Council. He continues by saying, I want to express my deepest gratitude to Governor Abba Kabir Yusuf for the opportunity to serve the great people of Kano State. I have cherished the experience and lessons gained while serving, and I appreciate the trust placed in me. That's the concluding part. Let's take a look at it. And then he says, as I resign, I pray that the youth of Kano State will continue to receive the attention and support they deserve. I hope for the best for our sports development programs and initiatives, and I am confident that they will flourish in the years to come. And he says, may Allah continue to shower his blessings on our beloved Kano State. I wish the government and people of Kano State all the best. End of quote. And that is Kwankwaso and his son, who just resigned from Honorable Abba Yusuf's cabinet. So it looks like this whole drama is panning out. In Nollywood, they will say the saga has just begun. As events unfold, guys, we will keep you posted. Do not forget that it wasn't just Governor Yusuf that resigned from the NNPP and defected to the APC. He took the whole cabinet with him, including the local government chairman. It's awesome. It's mind-boggling. It's what's happening in Kano State right now. There are permutations going on, and people are saying 2027 is gearing up to be truly a clash of the titans. But like I said, we'll keep you posted as events unfold. The next hashtag now is, like we do, follow-ups. This is a follow-up to a story we've been following from the world get-go, talking of hashtag tax reforms. So you do know that once upon a time, a representative, Dasuki from Sokoto State, who is actually a major player in the Green Chamber, talking about Nigeria's House of Representatives, blew the whistle to say that the copy of the tax reforms harmonized by the National Assembly wasn't what the federal government gazetted. Now, the federal government, the tax office, came out to downplay this whole thing and said it was just a process thing and that, hey, it wasn't a big deal. And they're proceeding to implement these laws. Even though clerics and lots of Nigerians have said, put a pause on it. Let's understand what's going on. Is it forged or isn't it forged? Lots of people calling for an investigation. Well, the House of Representatives again just came out to say that it is forged. Stop it. Let's investigate it. Netizens are reacting. Some are saying this is an impeachable offense. Some are saying it's treasonable and all. Let's take a look at the first post now, shall we? Hashtag tax reforms. Trending Explain says, update. Reps have confirmed the illegal forgeries on the new tax laws, such as the right to arrest and sell properties without court order, illegal mandatory 20% upfront payment before right to appeal, mandating petroleum tax in USD, reduced reporting threshold of 50 million naira to 25 million naira and 250 million naira to 100 million? Yeah, 100 million naira. That would be for businesses and many more. The panel requested an extension of time to conduct a more comprehensive probe into the matter. There are responses to this one. Let's take a look at them. So, by our words and actions, we are angels or demons. Oh my gosh, this is someone's handle. Let me take it again. It's interesting. It's the person's name on X. By our words and actions, we are angels or demons. Wow. Says the illegalities are just too much. Where are our government and independent auditors? Where are our civil society? Societies, that will be. Where is at Serap Nigeria? Where is at ICPC Nigeria and at official EFCC? Lawyers everywhere, yet these things happen. Senate and HOR members, HOR will be House of Reps members, well, they are the ones blowing the whistle, yeah? So they're actually here. And then it goes on to say, by our words and actions, we are angels or demons, goes on and say that the people really need to act. Yeah, that's what it says. Najib Bello says, someone should be charged with treason for forgery of a National Assembly tax law. Yeah? This is Najib. Olaoluwa says, someone that said KPMG tax experts do not understand the new tax laws. We should have known. Let's go back. Let's go back to the second one. Yeah, we should have known that there weren't real tax laws. KPMG, by the way, is an elite independent auditing firm that had actually said it was forged, a number of them, but the federal government came out to say, no, they weren't right. Now, let's take a look at the next one, shall we? Yeah. So a nerd with facts says, funny how stealth tax law almost gave officials the power to act like the police, a judge, and an auctioneer all at once. The proposed changes included a pay-to-play rule where you would have to hand over 20% of your disputed tax upfront just for the right to appeal. Well, if you are trying to understand that one, you and me both, it is humongous. That is why Nigerians are saying, look, educate the people first. Pause the implementation of these tax laws. Let Nigerians understand it. Let everybody come on board before implementation. If you really are doing this for the people, because the federal government has said that it is for the vulnerable, it will favor the vulnerable. If that is true, then please listen to the cries of the vulnerable. Like I said earlier on, even clerics are saying, please pause a little. Let's understand this thing and agree with you before you move ahead. And I think that's the best way to go. We wrap up that particular hashtag now, and we move to the next one, which is hashtag VP Shettima. So you do know that last week, Vice President Kashim Shettima was in Switzerland, Davos. He was attending the World Economic Forum. Well, he is back in the country, and shortly before President Tinubu departed the nation for Turkey, because President Tinubu has traveled again, but shortly before he traveled, VP Shettima paid him a visit to, bring him abreast or to bring him up to date as to how it all panned out in Switzerland. And presidential spokesperson Bayo Onanuga put up that post and a silent film to accompany that. When it's time for us to show you that video, I'll let you know. But first, let's take a look at the post by Mr. Onanuga, shall we? It is hashtag VP Shettima. So Bayo Onanuga, OONCON, says, Vice President Kashim Shettima briefed President Bola Tinubu on Monday on his participation at the World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland, just moments before the president departed for a state visit to Turkey. Now, I told you, there is a video. Let's take a look at it while I walk you through exactly what you're seeing on your screen now. I'm just going to walk you through it. That's VP Shettima arriving in the State House to give account of his trip to Switzerland to his boss, President Tinubu. And that's him greeting aides. That's him greeting President Tinubu in President Tinubu's office. It looked like someone interrupted their pleasantries, and someone is wishing to be a fly on the wall to know what President Tinubu is saying. But then, take a look. Take a look at that last scene. VP Shettima, I would like for you to take a look at that. Yeah, that's him picking up a book. Now, I want you to take a look at that because a netizen is going to react to that particular scene so that you will know, according to him, that all is well between VP Shettima and President Tinubu. But is it? Because there are talks of the president trying to shuffle his cabinet, and that one of the people that might be affected might be his VP, Shettima. So let's go back to XA, take a look at what netizens are saying, shall we? Yeah. So Omoigbo says, briefing without paper or laptop. Just write that Vice President Shettima came to inform the president that he has returned from the World Economic Forum. A briefing is a formal exercise that is done in a prescribed manner. This one is to show you that netizens sabi book well. Well, Youth in Process says, funny how some leaders are globe-trotting while your vote is gathering dust at home. Democracy isn't sightseeing. It's showing up and holding them accountable. More reactions? Sebastian Charles says, this one is English show. Let's see and feel the impact. Is that too much to ask? I don't think so. Let's take a look at the next one. So this is Omo. I'll just settle at Omo. Omo says, may Nigeria succeed. May God bless Nigeria. I say amen. Yeah, on two counts. Amen to that. Sonwo Fatima says, may Nigeria continue to succeed. I say amen again. And Sadon says, interesting. One more reaction I'd like for you to take a look at. So AV Lugard says, participation that nothing is coming out of. By the way, why aren't you posting things about your office? Or are you not currently holding any political position? He's referring to VP Shetima. And he goes on to say, apparently you are not doing anything there, just occupying space. This is AV Lugard. Ralph Matt says, people are unnecessarily trying to sow a discord between PBAT and VP regarding the 2027 election. If you watch this video closely, at the end, you see the VP picking up a book from his boss's table in a relaxed manner. You see that in a relaxed manner. This is it. And thank you to the whole crew for bringing us back to this part again. This is the part the netizen is referring to. You take a look at it in a short while. You see, yeah. So this netizen feels that all is well between President Tinubu and his VP, Kashim Shettima, and that there is no skeleton in President Tinubu's closet ahead of 2027. And on that note, we wrap up that particular hashtag now. And quickly, away from politics and all of that, let's dive a little bit into entertainment. Funke Akindele, maestro. Can I call her that? Yeah, I think she's in her bragging rights. She put up a post, a couple of posts today, and a video of herself and Sanwo-Olu, His Excellency Governor Sanwo-Olu, the governor of Lagos State. They were, having a chat and all of that. But there's something that's going to lead up to that video. I'd like for you to take a look at it. It's Funke Akindele that put up this post, the hashtag Funke Akindele. Let's take a look at the first post. And Funke Akindele says, this is it. She hit another milestone, 2.4 billion. Yeah, for behind the scene, her latest movie. She says, an incredible milestone. I'm truly grateful to my family. Thank you, West Africa, for taking hashtag behind the scenes to 2.4 billion naira at the box office. Your love and support mean everything to me. Hashtag behind the scenes is still showing nationwide. And then she says, to God be the glory. The next post. So this is Funke Akindele again saying, a truly humbling moment as the governor of Lagos State, His Excellency Babajide Sanwo-Olu, watched my movie Behind the Scenes. Moments like this remind me that when you stay committed to your craft and remain consistent, your work will speak for you in places you never imagined. I feel so fulfilled and happy knowing this film touched many hearts and that the message I hope to pass across was felt. Thank you, Your Excellency, for your time and thoughtful feedback. She put up this video, silent at the beginning, and then we'll put up the soundbite for you to take a look at. Now, what you're seeing is Funke Akindele coming into this space now where Governor Sanwo-Olu is watching, the movie Behind the Scenes with rapt attention. Did you see him covering himself with that blanket? Maybe that place is extremely cold, like this studio now, and I'm really loving it. Now, take a listen to what you're saying.
I missed it. I missed it because I had an expectation, but I got a big twist. It was extremely big twist. I was confused when she died, and I was like, so what are we going to see next? I had no idea. So the twist is incredible, and that is really where the story begins, and the Victor part, it's really the story is very strong, very impressive, It tells a lot of, learning, and we all have to take something back, we all have to take something back about ensuring that, we need to protect ourselves. We cannot satisfy the world. No matter what you do, people will remain people. And so it has to be, how do you ensure that you stay true, You can protect yourself, not friends, not family, but just, what you stand for, and the people you least respect. I read something yesterday when it says you spell, love, and the person spells time, and says, the person you love is the person you keep your time with. If you can create and make out your time, and you should actually love the person. and they could see the house of how they people were. And because that's how they be built. It's actually very strong story. It's a lot. It's a lot.
Netizens are bringing politics into this. For crying out loud, how can you watch stuff like this and you're bringing politics? By the way, spoiler alert for you if you've not watched behind the scenes, because the governor, I'm calling him president, maybe he's going to become one in future. Well, Governor Sanwo-Olu was talking about somebody that died, but hey, ignore it and still go out and watch the movie. But let's see how netizens are responding to it. Like I said, they're bringing politics into this whole thing. Remember that Funke Akindele, by the way, once upon a time was a member of the PDP, and she and her principal ran against Governor Sanwo-Olu, is what netizens are saying now. They're bringing that up. The internet never forgets, is what they say. Let's take a look at the reactions quickly now, shall we? Yeah. So, Omo Naija says, Abi eyes, they pain me. You once contested against this man in Lagos. Updated Boy says, our Update Boys says, politics no be gidigbo for Yoruba land. We are Yoruba first before anything. And Bankole says, spoilers for those who haven't watched. But then, now the governor, Shah. More reactions. Accolades for Funke pouring in now. Babatunde says, Daniel, Boala, Reno, Omokri, Funke Akindele, all on the one hand, and Tony Abraham, Sheyi Law, Joy Bukwe on the other hand. The APC's reward system is interesting. The Bobby stand-up comedy on this matter is fresher every day. And then Michael says, behind the scenes, let not lie, the movie makes sense. And then Matthew says, David Matthew, even the governor of Lagos wasn't left out in watching the record-breaking movie. So we say congratulations again to Funke Akindele. This is Abiola saying, congratulations, dear superstar. God has ordained it that heads shall roll and kings shall line up to endorse your craft. Now, God, I'm curious to know what kind of cinema the Gav watched from. This looks exquisitely executive. And then Mr. Charles says, congratulations, you have been in the game and made memorable movies, and notably the Jennifer Diaries. You deserve every achievement. Behind the scenes, it's a must-watch, ERO. All right, and on that happy note, we wrap up the show today. We actually had more on our plate for you, but hey, time is up. We'll promise to bring the rest to you tomorrow. So hey, keep a date again with us, same time, same station for another edition. But it would be remiss of me not to say thanks to the very incredible team backstage. Today's show was flawless, and I appreciate it. Thank you for all you do, guys. I appreciate it. Bigger thanks, of course, goes to you for watching. And like I said, join us again for another edition of this show. Hashtags, same time, same station. Until then, I am Vivian Oguche, and bye for now.
Extraordinary. Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
My name is Made Kuti, and you're watching BOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People television.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Mama Kore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, it's a brother shagging the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Blast Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know why you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight. Bye.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers boy ever live. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Jenny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, We facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The people's voice. Make your voice count.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello, peeps. My name is Yomi E. Adejumo.
Hi, everyone. I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi, everyone. My name is Stacey Benjamin, and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, I'm looking for good entertainment. You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us. And you deserve to be killed. Scrap charge. Don't be killed, but watch it. Or I'll find you. And I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I want to actually, I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that dial because VOP is the plot.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
In a world where power shapes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening.
Well, hello and welcome to News Hour on Voice of the People TV. I am Vivian Oguche.
And I am Nnenna Ndumdioto. Before we begin, kindly visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. First, the headlines. Defense Headquarters confirms coup attempt and says military trial for inducted officers.
Also, DSS police partner NNRA on nuclear safety enforcement.
Nigeria-Turkey strengthen defense and economic ties.
Federal government to clear 20-year public service arrears by December.
Kano Governor Abba Yusuf entered into lawmakers defect to APC from NNPP.
Well, on the foreign scene, France to ban social media for under 15.
In business, customs generates 7 trillion naira in 2025.
Well, in sports news, expert links football heading to progressive brain disease.
In entertainment, federal government hails Funke Akindele on box office record.
Now the news in detail. Well, the Defense Headquarters, DHQ, says investigations into the alleged misconduct by some officers have revealed claims of a plot to overthrow the government. It had, in October 2025, announced the arrest of 16 officers ranging from the rank of captain to brigadier general over acts of indiscipline and breach of service regulations, particularly for allegedly holding secret meetings to topple the government. Former Director of Defense Information, Brigadier General Tukur Gusau, stated then that the report was intended to create tension and distrust among Nigerians, adding that the matter was strictly a disciplinary issue being handled internally. In a statement, however, the new Director of Defense Information, Major General Smaila Uba, said a comprehensive investigation had been conducted in line with established military procedures. According to him, the findings showed that some of the officers had cases to answer over allegations of plotting to overthrow the government, and that the report has now been concluded and forwarded to the appropriate superior authority. Uba said those indicted will be formally arraigned before relevant military judicial panels in line with the Armed Forces Act and other applicable service regulations to ensure accountability while upholding fairness and due process.
The Nigerian Nuclear Regulatory Authority, NNRA, the Department of State Services, DSS, and the Nigeria Police Force are strengthening their partnership to ensure strict enforcement of nuclear safety and radiation protection regulations across the country. NNRA Director General Dr. Yao Idris told newsmen on the sidelines of a workshop for the agency staff in Abuja. At the NNRA's regulatory mandates cuts across oil and gas, health, education, excavation and construction, among other sectors where radioactive materials are utilized or researched. He decried non-compliance, particularly by government-owned institutions, saying that this has remained a major challenge, thereby prompting the authority to deepen collaboration with security agencies and other key stakeholders, stating that the DSS and the police have pledged support to aid the agency in effectively carrying out its statutory responsibilities. Idris noted that regulating public health institutions had proved more difficult than overseeing private facilities, which more willingly comply with regulatory standards.
And now, Nigeria and Turkey have intensified efforts to deepen military and defense collaboration after high-level talks in Ankara between Foreign Affairs Minister Ambassador Yusuf Tugar and his Turkish counterpart Hakan Fidan, held ahead of President Bola Tinubu's state visit to Turkey. The talks focused on strengthening political, economic, and security, as well as multilateral cooperation. Tugar and Fidan reviewed existing bilateral ties and identified new areas for collaboration, underscoring the growing strategic nature of relations between the two countries. The visit aims to solidify shared interests and values, particularly in finance, communication, and trade investment. Memoranda of Understanding MOUs covering scientific research, energy and military cooperation, technical assistance, and media communications are expected to be signed, while a business forum is also expected to bring together investors from both countries to explore mutual opportunities.
We apologize for that mix-up in visuals. Moving on, the federal government has reassured the complete clearance before the end of 2026 of public servants' verified long outstanding entitlement which were affected by the 2004-2007 public service reforms. The Director General of the Bureau of Public Service Reforms, Dansuki Arabi, gave the assurance on Gombe State during an interagency verification exercise to identify the right-sized officials of the Nigerian Export Promotion Council in the Northeast who were yet to receive the benefits. He disclosed that nearly all verified beneficiaries have now been paid, even as he recalled that though many officers were affected by the reforms nearly 2 decades ago, the entitlements were not immediately settled, thereby leaving thousands unpaid for years. However, he stated that the situation had improved significantly in recent years following the successful verification and payment of former staff of the Nigeria Immigration Service.
Now, the Joint Admissions and Matriculation Board, JAMB, has announced the barring of computer-based tests, CBT centers, without remote monitoring capabilities from participating in the 2026 Unified Tertiary Matriculation Examination, UTME, registration. Tagged No Vision, No Registration, No UTME, the measure aims to curb registration infractions and restore exam integrity. Disclosing this at a stakeholders meeting, JAMB Registrar Professor Ishak Oloyede emphasized that it was part of efforts to ensure a secure examination process, adding that the board was also taking steps to ensure compliance with this new requirement.
We now move on to politics. Governor Abba Yusuf of Kano State has formally resigned from the New Nigeria People's Party, NNPP, citing what he called deepening internal crisis and prolonged leadership disputes within the party. Yusuf's defection was announced during a plenary session of the Kano State House of Assembly on Monday, with 22 lawmakers also leaving the NNPP with him to the All Progressive Congress. In a resignation letter addressed to the chairman of Diso Chiranchi Ward in Gwale Council of Kano State, the governor expressed gratitude to the NNPP for its support since 2022, but stated that internal challenges had made it necessary for him to leave. 8 members of the House of Representatives and 44 council chairmen also defected with him in a move considered a significant boost for the APC, which now controls the Kano State House of Assembly.
In the meantime, the Kano State Commissioner for Youth and Sports Development, Mustafa Kwankwaso, has resigned from the State Executive Council. The move comes after his father and leader of the New Nigeria People's Party, NNPP, Rabiu Kwankwaso, opposed Governor Abba Yusuf's defection to the All Progressives Congress, APC. In a letter, Kwankwaso said he stepped down with a heavy heart, thanking the governor for the opportunity to serve and describing his time in office as rewarding and impactful.
In the meantime, the former Director General of the Labour Party Presidential Campaign Council, Akin Oshuntokun, has defected to the African Democratic Congress, ADC, citing internal disputes, particularly the court recognition of the Senator Nana D. Usman-led body as a valid national leadership. Oshuntokun said there was still uncertainty in the party as the sacked Julius Abure-led National Working Committee has decided to appeal the judgment. Meanwhile, the LP National Chairman Usman has decried what she called the opposition politicians' unwarranted defections to the ruling All Progressive Congress. She insisted at a trend notwithstanding, opposition influence remains strong ahead of the 2027 general elections. According to her, the fact that most state governors now belong to the ruling party does not mean that opposition parties will be relevant in the next general election.
In another development, the Obedient Movement has rejected claims that it promotes divisive rhetoric within the coalition-backed African Democratic Congress, ADC, stating that such allegations stem from fear of accountability among political leaders. The ADC spokesperson Bolaji Abdullahi had, during a live audio conversation on X, warned supporters of former Labour Party presidential candidate Peter Obi, popularly known as Obedience, against what he described as divisive messaging ahead of the party's June primaries. However, his remarks have triggered a backlash from members of the Obedient Movement, many of whom also took to X to accuse the ADC leadership of pushing a narrative aimed at weakening their influence within the coalition. In a statement, the movement said that describing the group as divisive fundamentally misrepresents its origins and purpose, adding that it did not arise from extremism or intolerance. Rather, it said the movement rose from years of poor governance, worsening poverty, institutional decay, and a political system that consistently shuts ordinary Nigerians.
Away from that, Aloy Ejimakor has told Governor Charles Soludo of Anambra State that a continued observance of the already rested Monday sit-at-home order is evidence of the Southeast region's unhappiness with the travels of the imprisoned leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, Nnamdi Kanu. Kanu is currently serving a life sentence for terrorism in a Sokoto prison after a long custody in the Department of State Services, following what some legal experts in IPOB qualify as a legal rendition from Kenya. Reacting to Soludo's threat of shutting the Onitsha market if the traders continue the Monday sit-at-home observance, Ejimakor, who was cancelled to Kano, said continued obedience, the lifted sit-at-home order was evidence of how unhappy the Igbos are with Kano's deal. In a post on X, Ejimakor said the truth was self-evident, describing the observance as the best evidence of the people's unhappiness, and adding that it would end instantly on its own once Kano is freed.
In the meantime, the Onitsha main market, reputed to be the biggest in West Africa, has been shut down for 1 week by Governor Chukwuma Soludo of Anambra State. The action follows repeated defiance by traders at the popular markets in the state who failed to open for business despite a governing warning to disregard the sit-at-home order imposed by non-state actors. Our correspondent, Undu Okpaleze, who has been monitoring compliance to the government directive, has a detailed report, but that will be in a short while. In the meantime, we are being joined by author and public affairs analyst Somi Oranta to analyze these stories. Somi, you're welcome.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. Welcome. So the Defense Headquarters DHQ says investigations into the alleged misconduct by some officers have revealed claims of a plot to overthrow the government. I don't know if this shocks you, Somi, because last year, towards the end of 2025, the DHQ, the military, the authorities had come out to say no, that there was no coup d'etat, there was no attempt at regime change. Fast forward to today, the story has changed. How does this make you feel, really?
Well, it's one of those denials and later acceptance that has become a common occurrence in this government. Because if you recall, just a few days ago, there was a serious incident where 177 Nigerians were abducted from 3 different churches in southern Kaduna, actually in 2 local government areas. And the government, the police commissioner, the local government chairman, and all of them denied the existence or such occurrence. That it never occurred, it never happened. In fact, the commissioner of police threatened to deal with people who were carrying, rumor merchants and violent other people now. All the whole thing is to deny the existence of that. But eventually, when the Americans and other bodies, started talking about it, they now turn around to tell us that, yes, it actually happened. So I'm not surprised that the DHQ has come now to agree that there was actually a coup plot. But even that does not explain the whole issue, because we were told that it was Tinubu Priscilla that sent the handled the whole issue. I mean, they handled the money and what have you. It was involved in financial dealings. But later they say, oh, it's the AFC that is looking for Tinubu Priscilla. You see, until we begin to tell the people the truth, we will not get to. In fact, nobody will take us seriously, because the way we are going is unfortunate. It's very, very unfortunate. I am not impressed that this is happening. if there was a coup, why don't you just tell the people the truth? It was Abraham Lincoln, the 16th president of America, that said it, that whatever that, how do you put it? He said that tell the nation, the people the truth, and the nation will be free. So when you keep lying to the people, then you are putting the entire nation in bondage, and that is unacceptable.
Okay, Sami, what does this tell about our democracy and, of course, the stability of our country?
Well, it does not augur well. I mean, such a situation cannot and does not augur well with democracy, because the people need to trust their government. Democracy is, a governance system or governance system that the people participate. It is quite participatory. But when the people become alienated, when lies and stuff like that, are being churned out to the people, it does not say well for the democracy we are practicing. Maybe we should find another name to call the kind of governance system we have, because certainly it cannot be said to be democracy.
But I want for us to flip the coin a little bit. Based on what has happened, now you do remember that after the reports of the coup d'etat, allegedly, as the DHQ had said then, shortly after reports were flying around, the president actually changed the military brass, took out the old guard and brought in, a number of new people. So I'd like for you to address this. Do you think this shows the level of synergy between the military and actually the federal government, that there is actually a romance between the two, and that in the nearest future there might not be any talk of coup d'etat anymore in Nigeria?
You see, some of those actions, I call them knee-jerk approach to very serious situation. I think it was in that same readjustment and all that led. I think that was what even led to the resignation, the sack of the chief of army staff, who later became the
defense minister. The defense minister. You're talking about Christopher Musa, yes.
Yes. So some of these things are things we have to. You cannot stop people from making plans when there is disenchantment, when people are not taking care, getting their due reward. You cannot. In fact, my concern even is not even the military. My concern is about the people. The people seem to be taken for granted. The generality of the masses of Nigerians seem to be taken for granted because, it's been said over and over that the elasticity level of the Nigerian is so strong that even when you push them to a wall, they will break the wall and they keep pushing back, keep going back. They will not push back at you. But you cannot hold on to these facts because they are not facts. Every government that wants to succeed must treat the people well, because the day the people understand and come to the realization of the power that they wield, their sovereignty, when they understand that their will is what they have contributed, to make up the general will, which will call upon a few people, whether by hook or crook, to should be turned over. By the time they withdraw their will, the power of the government will be gone. So don't push the people too far. That is what we keep saying. Don't push the Nigerians too far. That's people I'm afraid, not even the military.
Okay, Sami, before we move on to the next conversation, some persons have actually said that the reason that some security matters are not being told, are not being made known to Nigerians, so that to avoid fear and all of that. But what is the place of trying to say the truth, being transparent, and also trying to ensure national security?
See, the truth is, some of the things they even tell us, Nigerians do not need it. Some of the things they bring to the public notice, in the attempt to try to let Nigerians know how much effort they are putting in, they reveal so much that is unnecessary. When they come to tell you the effort they are making and all that, look, security is not something you see. but something you feel. It's something you feel. It's not something you have. If you travel out of this country, it's not that you hardly see guns with security officials, but let something happen instantly. Unlike our own here, whereby it's after the crime has been committed and they are gone before you see the police or the other law enforcement agencies coming in. But over there, in the First World Order, as it's happening, 1 minute, 2 minutes, they are there. But you will see gun around. So we are not doing the right thing. I hope that, God will help Nigeria, or maybe Nigerians will help themselves, because God has overhelped us anyway. We should help ourselves and get what we want from our leaders, because I think the people are too complacent. That is why they have been taken for granted.
So what I hear you say is that security is not something you see, it's something you feel. Yes, you're also saying that government should be upfront when it comes to disseminating authentic information.
Yes.
That brings us to the next topic. The federal government has reassured the complete clearance before the end of 2026 of public servants' verified longer-standing entitlements, which were affected by the 2004-2007 public service reforms. I mean, it's all over the news today, though it's not what we're talking about right now. It's all over the news today that the FCTA workers and staffers almost chased the FCTA minister, Nyesom Wike, out of his office because of unpaid salaries and emoluments. But the federal government is saying, no, we are going to pay civil servants a backlog of all of their monies. Does this reassurance reassure you, Somi?
I don't know how reassuring that could be, because the words of these politicians cannot be taken to the bank. Over and over again, we have been told something that has nothing to do with the truth. So when they tell you, when they give you an assurance, you can only take it with a pinch of salt. Because why on earth will people work and you don't pay them? Why the backlog? Did you notice that the politicians, those particularly exposed Nigerians, many of them are looting the treasuries of this country, yet none of them is owed a dime. Have you ever seen politicians say they are owing them? They make sure that they pay themselves humongous salaries, humongous allowances, extra costs, and what have you. But the little one that they will pay the workers, on whose back, the people that bear the brunt of the development of this country, people that bear the beast of burden of Nigeria, are the ones that are being owed. It shows how insensitive, our rulers could be. And it's very unfortunate, very, very unfortunate, because a man, a laborer, deserves his wage. Why keep it, okay, how will he be surviving all the period you say you want to pay him backlog? Well, I pray that they pay, because if they refuse to pay, there's nothing we can do. They have charged us and known that, oh, these Nigerians, these guys, they can't do anything. But that is where the danger lies. Let them not push the working class, the working masses of Nigeria, the struggling, suffering, impoverished masses of Nigerians, the battered and bespattered Nigerians. Let them not push them, to the point that they will push back. That would be very bad, because that is, an invitation to anarchy, which no one prays for.
Okay, thank you very much, Somi. Let's move on to happenings in the educational sector. The Joint Admissions and Matriculation Board, JAMB, has announced the barring of computer-based test centers without remote monitoring capabilities. They've barred them from participating in 2026 UTME. Would you actually say that this is a right step in the right direction, having to bar these centers that do not have any form of remote monitoring?
Yes, I think some of those centers have become wonder centers, where they turn out, unsubstantiated results that are beats the imagination of anyone. Nigerians would love to cut corners, would love the shortcuts. So this must be. You see, the thing that one issue about education is that when you allow people to cheat and get away with it, it affects those, the psyche of those who are very, very studious. Those who are serious, they say, with all that I've done, this is what I'm getting. So some person that I know that did not even do anything, look at what the person is getting. It demoralizes, and it is bad for the academic pursuit. So every country must ensure that people get their fair reward. That nobody who has, it's just like in law, where they say it is better to allow 100 criminals to go, unpunished than to punish one innocent person. So that is the way it is. We have to ensure that people, are well looked at. The examination process, should be done in such a way that everybody will get his due reward. Otherwise, you are destroying the academy. You are destroying academic pursuits, and it's not good for our system at all.
That's a safe place to land on that particular one. But let's talk politics now, Sami. So Governor Abba Yusuf of Kano State has formally resigned from the new Nigeria People's Party, NNPP, citing what he called deepening internal crisis and prolonged leadership disputes within the party. And of course, he's defected to the APC. Would you say that President Tinubu is slowly but surely slicing off large chunks of the legendary 12 million votes left behind by the late PMB, talking about President Buhari?
This is quite interesting. Very, very interesting. I refer to the president as the Nigeria's political octopus. The man who has his hands and legs in every pie within the nation. That is good. But I also want to tell the president that as much as he's, he's showing his political sagacity, I also want to tell him that he should ensure that Nigerians feel the dividends of democracy. It's not only about politicking, it's also about governance system. It's also about giving people, bringing about the greatest good for the greatest number of people. Because like I was on a program earlier today, I said, look, I will even say, I let all the parties, the parties queue behind, all the parties in the 36 states and the FCT, they should queue behind the APC. So that we know that we have one party system in Nigeria. We have a single party, that is bigger than PDP. PDP before was saying that they were the biggest party in Africa and all that. So APC is now showing us that what PDP thought they were doing, that they can do better. But let this doing better not only be in terms of bringing people, bringing the leaders or the rulers in their various states, but let's also go to the point of giving people the hope, because we're always talking about the renewed hope agenda. Let the people feel this hope in their life. Let them feel this hope in the way things happen to them. Because you cannot be telling us about renewed hope and people are not seeing any hope. Hopelessness and hopefulness do not go together. So I pray and I wish that this thing will translate into bringing the good life for Nigerians. Because if you do not do that, even if you like, bring everybody into one party, it will not save anybody. It can only lead to an internal implosion for the party, except you deliver the goodies, the goods of democracy, the dividends of democracy to the people. Anything short of that is a no-no, and it will boomerang.
Well, hopelessness and hopefulness don't stay in the same place. That's by Sami. But I want to ask you, one of the reasons that the governor cited as the reason for his defection, he said it's an internal crisis in the NNPP. But do you think that's a very genuine reason? Because some persons have actually said that the NNPP doesn't have so much issues as compared to other parties. So why is the governor actually defecting? Or would you say that the governor is trying to, cut ties and, of course, cut the apron string of his godfather?
You see, the governor, you recall when he came into power, how Ganduje and the APC were, stopping him. They weren't letting him do anything. They were all trying to pull him down and all that. So what he's trying to do, or what he has done now, is to come into the house of APC and belong together with them, so that he will no longer be troubled. Not that he should tell us that he wants to start thinking progressive. Not that there is problem in the NNPP. There is nothing like that. But it's Nigeria. Here we are. That people, like they say, dinner in Lagos, breakfast in London.
Mm-hmm.
You can sleep in ANPP, and you wake up for breakfast in APC. But I'm telling you, more will come in there. But if what he's saying, the reasons he's putting up for him to take the action he has taken does not hold water. But better as it is, let us watch and see what will happen. Because even the APC are saying, in one breath, that they will give them tickets, automatic tickets, all the people that defected into the APC. In another breath, they are saying that there is no automatic ticket. So either way, if they say there is going to be truly, and they start to act on it, to give them automatic tickets, eventually a lot of people from APC will leave. That's an implosion. If they don't also give them the automatic ticket, say, okay, go and slot it out, there will also be an implosion. So whichever way it goes, there is no, I think we used to say that there is no easy or closer way to get to Abuja. If you go from Port Harcourt to Abuja, it's a very long journey. You go from Lagos, it's a long journey. You go from Benin, it's still long. It depends on how you see it.
Yeah, before we leave this matter, Somi, there are two things I'd like for us to touch on. You remember how once upon a time, then President Goodluck Jonathan had most of the governors on his side, but lo and behold, he lost the election to the late PMB. And some people are saying it was because of the, insecurity that was prevalent in the land and hardship and all of that. So like you keep talking about implosion and, ensuring that Nigerians have the dividend of democracy. Do you think that's one major factor that might play against this administration? That's on the one hand. On the other hand, how will you address concerns by people who are saying that Ganduje, I beg your pardon, Kwankwaso and Governor Yusuf are in this together, and that they are trying to portray to the public that they are quarreling and that there's betrayal in the mix? In fact, there's a statement credited to former Vice President Atiku Abubakar, who allegedly said that Kwankwaso frolics with the opposition during the day and sleeps with Tinubu at night, romances with Tinubu at night. So how would you address these two topics?
Well, I really do not think that is exactly what is happening, because I also saw a news, I don't know how correct I am, or the news is, that Kwankwaso's son, who happened to be the information commissioner in that state, have resigned his position.
You're right, it's true.
Yeah, so the way it is, I do not think that is the reason. But it can also be the president and the APC might, make Kwankwaso an offer he can't refuse, like it happened, like he said in Mafiadom, that when the godfather makes you an offer he can't refuse. So they can make him an offer he can't refuse, and he'll go there and meet his godson, his estranged godson, that is. So, but this is Nigeria. Not like you said, insecurity led to the loss of election by Goodluck Jonathan. But if you compare the level of insecurity at the time of Goodluck Jonathan, it cannot be said, compared in any way with what is happening now. It is like times 10 what is happening now compared to then. It was just cheaper girls that, the whole world were shouting of. But today we'll have Kankara girls, we'll have several of them. You have KP girls, you have everywhere. Is it the Southern Kaduna? There are so many. So let us see what will happen. It's only time that will tell. Like they say in politics, that 24 hours is a long time. And then about 1 year or thereabout is a very long time. So much is going to happen within the Nigerian political sphere. So much is going to happen. Don't forget the American aspect of it. Don't forget about the Netanyahu, aspect of it, and all that is happening. In fact, the terrorists, the Lakurawas, the ISIS, the ISWAP, there are some of these things, a lot will happen. Like I said, only time will tell.
Yeah, only time will tell, Somi. But let's move on to what's happening in Anambra State, which, of course, the lawyer to IPOB leader Nnamdi Kanu has reacted to that. Aloyo Jimako. He's saying that Governor Charles Soludo of Anambra State, he's actually criticizing the action by Governor Soludo of wanting to close up the market as a result of the sit at home, asking people not to sit at home on Mondays. But Aloyo is actually saying that this is not, that the reason people are still doing this sit at home order, it's because they are largely unhappy about the travels of the imprisoned leader of IPOB. What do you make of this? Do you think that that's why? Do you think that that's the reason people are still seated at home? Or is it basically because of the insecurity and fears of insecurity? And also, do you think that Governor Soludo is actually right by shutting down the market as a result of this?
Governor Chukuma Soludo sometimes gets to the point of overreaching himself. Shutting down Onitsha market is not the best. You are trying to add fuel to an already burning fire. So what manner of security has he provided for the people? If anything goes wrong, is he going to pay for the goods, of these people, of the traders? Is he going to do that? Has he settled the issues on ground? You see, some of our southeastern rulers, I hardly find people I regard to as leaders in Nigeria, but there is truly a dearth of leadership in Nigeria. So the way he's acting, I think he's just acting as if all is well. All is not well. Just like the lawyer, Mr. Ejimako, is saying that when the people begin to act in a certain way, it goes to show that there is grievances. And until you treat those grievances, you cannot make any headway. You cannot have people, even if you like, force them to, like I said, you can force a horse to the stream, but for the horse to drink the water, you cannot force the horse to do so. He has to drink the water of his own volition. So if that is to a horse, or that will happen to a horse, a beast, how much more human beings, rational, who have their self-interest, preservation of their self-interest as their greatest, privilege and right too. So the governor should think of how to secure the state, should think of how to solve the problem in Southeast. Southeast is supposed to be, a champion in Nigeria. That Southeast, where you have billionaires, self-made, people who have hustled, who have did everything to create wealth. He should, with his professional, acumen, put together a think tank that will turn Southeast into a model of democracy and development. But I'm not talking about all those ones. It's a shame that in Southeast today, we have people who are supposed to be leaders, but they are not leading anybody, they are leading themselves. Well, and all the whole resources that is available in Southeast is being frittered, kept frittering away into different regions, different parts of the world, instead of aggregating it for the good of the people. Well, and it's unfortunate.
Well, Somi, you've handled this holistically from all angles, and I'm sure this is a subject that we will definitely return to. Thank you so much for joining us again today.
Thank you for having me, as always.
Thank you. We have been speaking with Somi Oranta. He is a public affairs analyst as well as an author. We'll be right back after this short break. Stay with us.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us go.
Glad to have you back. President Bola Tinubu has departed for Turkey for a state visit aimed at strengthening bilateral relations and expanding cooperation in key sectors. However, Nigerians are weighing in on what the trip could mean for the country, with many hoping to deliver real gains for the economy and national security, while urging the government to ensure that agreement reached translates into concrete benefits for citizens. VOP TV's Matthew Guswada tells us more in this report.
President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has departed Abuja for a state visit to the Republic of Turkey as part of efforts to deepen Nigeria's bilateral relations and expand international cooperation. Presidential spokesperson Bayo Ononuga says the visit is aimed at strengthening ties between both countries in key areas including security, education, innovation, aviation, and social development. The visit is expected to feature high-level political and diplomatic engagements alongside the signing of several memoranda of understanding covering critical sectors such as energy, scientific research, media and communications, as well as military cooperation. As Nigerians weigh the implications of the visit, Voice of the People TV took to the street to get public opinion on whether this trip will translate into tangible benefits for the country.
Well, him going to Turkey, I feel it's because of business alliances, business-wise, economic-wise. I feel he just wants to go there to get back up and improve our economic sector, definitely, if we actually have that backup and strength again. So that's how I feel.
What I would like to see is a working country, working Nigeria, of course. So the president traveling to Turkey or where, of course, definitely for the benefit of Nigeria.
I think now that at least he's able to like see some things that happen in Turkey and like learn or get something to come and do or make Nigeria better, business idea or something that can use to improve Nigerian business or economy. Then coming to international relations, you can also like form an alliance with them. You might need like help from other countries. You know that okay, friends or close or we have this alliance with this country. They can be of help in social area, not just business, even health-wise, economy, like other aspects of the country.
As Nigerians express cautious optimism, many say they hope that the visit will deliver real gains, especially in security and the economy, while urging the government to turn agreement into meaningful action. Matthew Ogunswada, reporting for Voice of the People Television.
Thank you very much, Matthew. Nigerians are already turning attention to the 2027 general elections as many citizens troop out to begin the process of obtaining or updating their permanent voter cards. However, what should have been a smooth exercise has turned challenging for some registrants in Ogun State. Correspondent Oyedamola Olukucho reports that due to network issues and accessibility concerns slowing down the process, several people said they were asked to return to Ifo to complete the process.
Guru was unusually busy early in the morning as men and women gathered in large numbers, determined to secure their voter registration ahead of the 2027 election. For many, the decisions to come out early was driven by the desire to avoid last-minute rush and ensure that civil rights are protected.
Actually, this is not my first time. What happened was that my former card was damaged. So that's why I came for to get another card. That's why I'm here. What I only saw here now was that it's like the vote is not well organized. No, I can't blame the officials, so I'll blame we Nigerians. The way we do things, at times we don't normally organize ourselves, at least as in proper conduct. When you are being informed, okay, form a line so that everything can go smoothly. Our people will refuse. Orderliness is what we are lacking mostly. Here, that's what I can say. We lack orderliness. For people to just organize and be in orderliness. Okay, come a people, become a problem. Before you people just, somebody like just come, you meet people like 100 people, but you will like at least to bypass everything. What I would say is, Nigerians will always like to, what is a shortcut? We always look for shortcut for everything. That's the truth.
But despite the early turnout, the process was not without difficulty. Some registrants, particularly those who had traveled from Ogun State, said they were asked to return to Ifo to complete their registration due to network challenges unusually linked to non-accessibility of the system. Others expressed surprise at the crowd, recalling that previous registration exercise were more seamless with little or no stress.
Wọ́n ṣe photostat ní bíbáyé registration base. Ó wà òkè, ó wà successful. Kò sí ìyẹn bẹ̀. Sí kankan bẹ̀rẹ̀ rárá. Ó wà òkè, ó ti wà interested. Ó ní ká lọ ṣe photostat so that a lè mú àti wọ́n ti fẹ́ gba oníke so that a lè wà òkè.
While the enthusiasm to participate in the electoral process appears strong, today's experience highlights the need for improved logistics and technical support to ensure citizens are not discouraged from exercising their voting right. Onindamola Olukuto, reporting for Voice of the People TV.
And as the 2027 general elections draw closer, the wave of political leaders defecting from one party to another has sparked widespread debate across the country. From governors to lawmakers, these realignments have left many Nigerians questioning whether they are driven by public interest or personal political survival. Our correspondent, Rhoda Johnny, has details.
As the 2027 elections draw near, several governors and lawmakers have switched political parties, and Nigerians are watching closely to see whether these moves will bring real improvement to their daily lives. These shifts are part of a broader trend of political realignment across multiple states, with leaders repositioning themselves ahead of elections and reshaping the balance of power. To understand how these affect everyday Nigerians, VOP TV went to the street to residents use.
To affect everything about Nigerian politics is money politics. And why is this so? All this alliance, I'm switching over to this, I'm switching over to this. Definitely there must be promises and there must be, how will I call it, there must be gift for them to do that. For any government or anybody or any House of Reps member that is switching alliance to any other party, understand one thing, there is a game plan. And their game plan is what they have planned with their people of their constituency. Because one thing about Nigerian politics, you can see our people now, this very time, they can be talking, but when that very day for the election come proper, you will not see them on the field. And that is where the game is.
Before they attain to whatever position they are now, they do not have the interest of the commoners in their heart. All what they are pursuing their own personal interest, not the interest of the commoners. And another thing is, the Nigerian politicians, we don't have any political party have any ideology. All the politicians we have in Nigeria is chop and chop. If this political did not favor me, let me go to the other one. That is why I see they're jumping from one party to another. So that's why it is, because there's no politics of ideology, nothing like that. That's why they are defecting. It's for their own personal interest. They don't even care for the commoners.
It's been a tradition in this country. We don't have a stable party or stable political participants when we want to encourage others to be partisan in one party. when this one is ruling and it's looking better, they are shifting. And I like to make an example of the former Vice President, Atiku Abubakar. He's moved from APC to PDP, from PDP first to APC, APC to PDP again, now to ADC. So it's like he's looking for where the grass is greener, where he can win. But it doesn't look like somebody who can rule this nation. It's an example of one. I got so discouraged about Obi. I didn't expect Obi to leave the obedience, because people who voted for Obi in the last election, 2023, I guess, were people who are not really APC or PDP. They just make up their mind. They are not even Labour. They just told themselves, no, we love this man. Let's allow him to rule. But now that he's dancing, he's not supposed to leave. For leaving, I think he has killed his political career. My personal opinion, I'm not sure he will make it in ADC.
As the election season progresses, attention remains on these party changes, with people on the streets asking whether the shift will translate into visible improvement in their communities or remain changes on paper. From VOP TV, I am Rhoda Johnny.
Thank you very much, Rhoda. We now move on to the foreign scene. France is set to follow Australia's lead in banning social media for younger teenagers, with President Emmanuel Macron pushing for a law to block access for under 15s to platforms like Snapchat, Instagram, and TikTok. The proposed law to be debated in the National Assembly aims to protect children's mental and emotional health from the potential harms of social media. Macron has emphasized the need to safeguard children from exploitation, stating the brains of our children and our teenagers are not for sale. The state media regulator would identify harmful social media networks and ban them for under 15s. The move is part of a global trend to restrict social media access for children, driven by concerns over mental health impact. Australia has already banned social media for under 16s, and the UK is considering similar measures.
Well, in business news, the Nigeria Customs Service, NCS, has reported a total revenue collection of 7.281 trillion naira for 2025, representing a year-on-year growth of 19%. Disclosing this during the 2026 International Customs Day celebration in Abuja, the Controller General of Customs, Adewale Adeniyi, said the figure surpassed the agency's 6.584 trillion naira target and reflected disciplined enforcement, improved compliance, digitization, and collaboration with the private sector. Adeniyi said the event also marks the official launch of the Nigeria Time Release Study, which he described as a comprehensive diagnostic tool designed to access or assess and improve trade clearance efficiency at Nigerian ports. According to him, the TRS, which was conducted at Tinkan Island Port, provides validated clearance timelines for over 600 declarations, identifying bottlenecks and idle periods that slow down the movement of goods. He added that the study would guide evidence-based reforms to make Nigeria's trade gateways more secure, efficient, and globally competitive.
We now move on to sports. Consultant neuropathologist at Queen Elizabeth University Hospital in Glasgow, Professor Willis Stewart, has linked repeated heading of footballs to progressive brain disease. His findings followed an inquest into the death of former Scotland defender Frank McQueen, who was diagnosed with vascular dementia and died in 2023, aged 70. An inquest held in North Allerton, North Yorkshire, concluded with a narrative verdict on Monday. Stewart, who examined McQueen's brain after his death, told the inquest that chronic traumatic encephalopathy was present in multiple areas of the brain and that the membrane within the brain appeared torn.
Well, in entertainment news, the federal government has congratulated Nollywood actress and filmmaker Funke Akindele on the record-breaking success of her latest movie, Behind the Scenes. In a statement on its X handle, the National Orientation Agency called Akindele's achievement a major boost for Nigeria's creative industry and a sign of the growing global appeal of Nigerian stars. Behind the Scenes has crossed 2.1 billion naira at the Nigerian box office, making it the first Nollywood film to hit the 2 billion naira mark. The movie also marks Akindele as the first filmmaker to top the African box office for 3 consecutive years. NOA said the film's success underscores Nollywood's expanding reach and is a proud moment for Nigeria's cultural and creative sectors. And that is the size of our package today. Thank you so much for watching. I am Vivian Oguche.
And I am Nenna Ndomdioto. Thank you so much for watching.